Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the May 2023 NRB meeting. We will begin in 3, 2, 1.
Good morning and welcome to the May 24th meeting of the Natural Resources Board. Please join me in saying the Pledge of Allegiance to our great nation. Pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I'll now call our hybrid meeting of the Wisconsin Natural Resources Board to order. As a reminder, I've got a couple of administrative announcements and a little bit of recognition. First of all, please turn off any cell phones or devices that might interrupt the meeting. And all of our board members are here in person today, so we may have some presenters on Zoom, but the rest of us are all here and pleased to see everybody in attendance. The board meetings are also televised live via YouTube. So for people that are unable to attend, we have several that tune in and watch the board meeting at a distance. We welcome you and thank all viewers for tuning in. And also the records of our past Natural Resource Board meetings are available for review on the DNR website under the Natural Resources Board Briefs of Action. Direct public involvement and open, transparent meetings are the foundation of how this board has operated for 50 years. We're a very important vehicle for public input into decision-making and natural resources in the state of Wisconsin. And that's how we will operate today. Our discussions and decision-making are transparent to all, and public testimony is welcomed at every regularly scheduled Natural Resource Board meeting. And we welcome viewpoints from all directions. To ensure fair and equal treatment, we limit public testimony to 3 minutes apiece to make sure everyone gets a fair opportunity to present information to the board. We have these lights up here to help manage that. The green light means you're good to go. The yellow light means you're within 30 seconds of the end of your time and to try and start wrapping up. And when the red light comes on, your 3 minutes are up and we will ask you to wrap up your comments. So if you kind of keep an eye on the lights when you're providing testimony, that'll be very helpful. Thank you. And staff presenters via Zoom, please make sure you're muted, your video is turned off until your item is announced. And for all participants, there's sometimes a delay in the Zoom telecast, and it's real easy to talk over one another. So just be aware of that. I'd also like to thank Secretary Payne, your leadership team, for your support of this board and your commitment to enhance the collaboration between the department, the board, and the citizens that we serve. Special thanks to our issue presenters today, our IT staff with the department that makes these meetings possible, Office of Communication, General Counsel Cheryl Heilman, and all support staff who make these meetings possible. Your time is valuable and we very much appreciate your support. I'd like to individually recognize Ashley Bistel. Ashley is the liaison to the Natural Resources Board, and the reason I point her out is that she is the person that all of you in the public will be talking to and working with to either send information to the board or make contact or arrangements to attend board meetings. So I like to point at Ashley and thank her for her work and give you a name and a face that you can connect for the people that are helping you out. This meeting is also special because one of our very key partners is here. The Wisconsin Conservation Congress is a citizen advisory group recognized by statute and charged with providing input to the Natural Resources Board on the full range of our jurisdiction. This last month, the Congress held their annual meeting. They made decisions on several natural resource issues, and as part of our agenda today, Rob Bowman, Chairman of the Congress, will be presenting. And the reason I mention that up front, because I also want to recognize Kari Lee Zimmerman. Kari is the liaison to the Congress. Kari, can you peek up? Both Kari and Ashley have been working very hard behind the scenes to make these meetings possible, both for the Congress and the board, and our ability to work together. So they deserve special recognition, and today is a good day to do that. Thank you very much. And lastly, I want to thank all the employees, citizen volunteers, and conservation partners of the Department of Natural Resources for your continued and tireless work to protect and enhance our natural resources and to serve all the citizens of the great state of Wisconsin. Before we call the roll, I also want to welcome two brand new board members. It's really a thrill to have them both here. Dylan Jennings on my left and Jimmy Vandenbroek on my right. This is your first meeting, and congratulations on your appointment, and we very much look forward to working with you on the board. Thank you. I'd also like to congratulate Paul Burr. Paul was appointed in an interim appointment about 6 months ago to complete the term that Bill Bruns left when he exited at the end of the year. Paul is our agricultural representative, as well as a whole bunch of other issues. But Paul just got reappointed for a full term as well. So he's in it for the long haul now. Thank you, Paul. Thank you. Okay, board members, any questions or comments? Ashley, please call the roll.
Paul Burr.
Here.
Sharon Adams.
Here.
Dylan Jennings.
Here.
Sandra D. Knox.
Present.
Jim Vandenbroek.
Here.
Marcy West. Here. And Bill Smith.
Here. And we have a quorum, so we'll continue with our business. Next item will be approval of the agenda. And before we do that, I'd like to ask Secretary Payne if you have any changes to the agenda we should consider.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to make two changes for your consideration. I request that the Lapham Peak donation item 2D be moved from the consent agenda to item number 3 to allow Mr. John McCarthy of the Friends of the Lapham Peak to say a few words about the newly constructed building. A very, very beautiful building. And then also I would like to request that item 2F be moved from the consent agenda as well to item 3 for further discussion.
Thank you. I have one other request of the board. I'd like to give a personal consideration to Rob Bowman. Rob is on the agenda a little bit later in the day. He has a family matter that would that really needs his attention sooner than that. So I'd also like to move Rob up to item number 3 on the agenda and take his report on the Wisconsin Conservation Congress advice to the board at that time. So any other input or comment on the agenda? Like a motion to approve or amend?
I so move.
Got a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, Sandy moves the motion. Jim Vandenbroek seconded it. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Motion carries. We have an amended agenda. Thank you very much. Next item on the agenda is the secretary's remarks. Adam, any highlights for this month?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, it's been an incredible ride here for the last 5 months. And this past month, I was able to spend a little bit more time out of the office and really enjoyed the opportunity to meet with a lot of wonderful stakeholders around our beautiful state. And one of the conferences that I attended was a conference put on by Green Fire in Wausau. And with the Wisconsin Counties Association and a number of local officials attended that, and just a tremendous discussion of many of our staff involved about the importance of water quality and being better prepared to respond to individuals and communities in need when it comes to PFAS or nitrates or any type of pollution. But it was a really good focus on PFAS in particular. And just to remind everyone, more than 4 million Wisconsin residents rely on public water systems. More than 4 million, another 1.7 million residents rely on 800,000 private wells. I am so pleased and proud of the governor's leadership when he talks about water quality being a top priority, and appreciate the investments that he's made, is seeking to make, as well as the legislature now considering as they go through the budget development process. But as I think everyone in this room knows, and everyone in the state appreciates, everyone should be able to drink clean water, and we must be better prepared to respond to individuals and communities in need. So I'm heartened by all the discussion that's going on and the opportunity to serve our constituents, serve the state even better. So appreciated that discussion, and so thankful for our staff and all the stakeholders that have been involved with raising more awareness to that and being part of the solution. Also, in mid-May, on a lighter note, I got to attend with my wife Out We Go out in the Kettle Moraine State Forest Southern Unit, and just wonderful to see 70 different organizations all coming together, hundreds, if not thousands of kids. It was a bit of a drizzly day that may have kept a couple folks at bay, but just a wonderful event. I want to thank our Fish and Wildlife Department and everyone involved with helping support and bring this together. This was the third one that was orchestrated, and I hadn't attended it before. In fact, I hadn't heard of it before. And I was just so impressed with all the people that participated and care and want to be involved with natural resources. So it was just a wonderful day. And again, compliments to all the organizations involved. And then the last thing I wanted to touch on was, it was just a meeting or two ago that the Natural Resources Board took some action to encourage our legislature to invest more in wildlife habitat, or just habitat development, period. And I was so honored to join the governor earlier this month to help celebrate the initiation of a multi-million-dollar wildlife habitat improvement project, the Pierce County Islands groundbreaking. And many of you perhaps have not heard of this. It was new to me. It was a new learning experience for me. But if you get a chance, drive over to Trempealeau and stay at a little hotel there right along the Mississippi River. Pop into the Perot State Park. It's absolutely beautiful. Tiffany Wildlife Area, what a gem in this state. And as you drive along the Mississippi River, again, if you haven't spent a lot of time there, it is incredible. It's incredible. And then, of course, we gathered with a number of wonderful people who have been really focusing on this habitat development project since the 2000s. A number of our staff have been involved with it and take such pride in it, and they should, but it's a wonderful opportunity to further enhance habitat in that area. So really proud of our team. And again, my compliments to all involved. It's a great example of perseverance and people pulling together and collaborating to see something to fruition, and really pleased it's happening. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'm excited. What are we doing inside today?
Yeah.
Well, let's move on to our consent agenda. There's a number of items left on it. Item 2A is approval of the brief of action from April 12th, 2023. Item 2B is acknowledgement of a donation from the Natural Resources Foundation of Wisconsin, donating $67,500 to the department to support management of 11 state natural areas in the Driftless and Southwest regions of the state. Item 2C, acknowledgement of another donation. Friends of Bruny Island State Park would like to donate $16,878.58 in the form of a Yamaha Viking Ranch EPS UTV, be used by camp hosts and staff at the campground and day use area maintenance at Bruny Island State Park in Ojibwa County, Wisconsin. Item 2D has been moved to item 3. Item 2E, acknowledgement of yet another donation. Friends of Yellowstone State Park will donate an ADA accessible kayak launch area with an estimated value of $23,756.79 to Yellowstone State Park, Lafayette County, Wisconsin. The accessible kayak launch area will provide lake access to wheelchair users and others who need easily accessible launching docks with support rails. And again, item 2F has been moved to item 3 for discussion. So with that, are there any other consent items? With that, I'd like to ask for a motion.
So moved.
Motion to approve from Marcy. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Sandy. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. Motion carries. Consent agenda is passed. That moves us on to item 3. These are items that have been moved into this to allow for additional discussion. And the first of those is item 2D, which is acknowledgement of a donation from the Friends of Lapham Peak Unit Kettle Moraine State Forest, Inc. are donating a newly constructed building valued at $2,400,000 to Kettle Moraine State Forest Lapham Peak Unit, located in Waukesha County, Wisconsin. This donation of a completed building project includes the completed construction of the building, Lapham Lodge, site infrastructure, the building endowment, and maintenance and operations funding for up to 5 years. The Friends of Lapham Peak are responsible for all project fundraising, design, project coordination, and construction of the project, and will donate a completed building project to the department. And we have an appearance on that representing the Friends of Lapham Peak. Mr. McCarthy, please.
Good morning. My name is John McCarthy. I am on the board of the Friends of Lapham Peak, and I live in the city of Waukesha. I would like to thank the board for having us here today and for considering our donation. I would like to thank Secretary Payne also, and Director Schmelzer, who has been instrumental in helping us along in this process too. If I have my some slides here. So we have a couple of pictures of the building, different perspectives put together by our architect, Galbraith Carnahan Architects, and I'm saying that Lapham Lodge will be a place for people to connect with nature and each other. So the building, the new building, will be replacing an existing building on the site. And the existing shelter is undersized. It's a 1,400 square feet, has been around since the 1990s, and has been on the DNR's list for several years for replacement. But in 2021, an opportunity came up with a donor who pledged $500,000 to help us kickstart construction of a new lodge. And during that 2021 process, we went through some back and forth with DNR. We had a business plan developed for the project and had that approved through Director Schmelzer. And in late 2021, we became aware of a grant opportunity with the U.S. Department of Commerce's Economic Development Administration, known as the EDA, and went through a long, complicated application process with the EDA to obtain a grant for $1.3 million. So at that point, we have $1.8 million of our funding towards the building. We are hoping to begin to open the project for bidding sometime late this summer, with completion in fall of 2024. And now the view I have up here is the building facing from the main entry. You'll see that many of the renderings that we have show the building in winter, and that's because Lapham Peak is a very popular place during the winter. Inside the building, there will be a large gathering area with expansive views out onto the trail system, tables and chairs, 2,400 square feet of gathering space, and a multi-purpose room. The building will serve visitors on a year-round basis to the park. And Lapham Peak, according to the DNR, has an average of about 580,000 visitors per year over the last 7 years. So it's a very popular park. The building will be available for reservation through the DNR's reservation system. And it will be very popular for use at many of the major events that happen at Laughing Peak, races and celebrations and other things like that now are just that completely overwhelm the existing Evergreen shelter. The project would not be possible without the contributions of a number of people, and I have some of those people here with me today. I first of all would like to recognize Paul and Rita Kieber of Waukesha, Wisconsin. If Paul would just stand up for a second, who donated $500,000 to this project, to the DNR, to get this project going. And that's a
Yeah.
And I would like to recognize Mark Hare, who is also with us today. He's a retired architect with PRA, and Mark has worked with me to lead the design process, and also was instrumental in putting together the EDA grant that got us the $1.3 million that have really put us on a path to get this building in the ground in the very near future. From the DNR, we have Ann Corman, who is a superintendent, I should say, of the Southern Unit and of the Laughing Peak Unit, who we have worked very closely with throughout the process, has been very supportive and helpful to us. Our property manager at Laughing Peak, Colton Kelly, Missy Van Landuit, who has worked very closely with us from a state level to get through various approvals and the business plan and things like that. Tell us what we had to do to get through the process. And Jennifer Gearing, who was the federal grants coordinator with the DNR, who was absolutely indispensable in helping us get the EDA grant, because you had to get through a lot. I mean, there was a lot of stuff that EDA wanted to know. So. And then I would also like to recognize the DNR for a couple of Friends Stewardship grants, which have come in over the past 2 years towards the project as part of our fundraising effort. And then finally, the city of Delafield, who has been very supportive of the project, both in terms of contributing to the EDA application and also with financial support through their tourism council. So with that, I would like to say we're really looking forward to a groundbreaking in August. You'll all be invited, and a ribbon cutting sometime in late 2024. Thank you.
Thank you.
John, could you come back forward again, please? This is obviously a wonderful and very generous donation, and the secretary and I have a plaque to award as a memento of our thanks. I think right there is fine.
Okay.
Absolutely incredible. Thank you so much for this. So appreciate your leadership and your generosity. Thank you. So on behalf of the Natural Resources Board and Chairman Bill Smith, please take this as a small token of our appreciation for your leadership and a wonderful contribution that will benefit people for generations to come. Thank you.
Right here, can we squeeze them a little closer together? Y'all? Thank you.
The one in the middle here.
Perfect.
All right.
Ready? Smile. Perfect. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you again.
Thank you very much. Good job.
From those of us who have been through an EDA grant process, we really appreciate what you've been through. Thank you so much and congratulations.
This donation and the other items on the consent agenda are all great examples of what can happen with a public-private partnership. The state can do so much with our programs, and it's great to see it augmented by citizens in their local communities that want to take that and go farther with it and enhance their communities and open the door for good outdoor experiences for our citizens. So good examples of the partnership working. Thank you all very much.
Bill, we need a motion for that. We moved it to number 3.
I will make that motion. I'm from down in that area. I've been to Lapham many times. I drive by it on my way visiting my parents. So thank you for that. And I'll make a motion to approve.
Thank you, Sandy. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second from Sharon. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Motion carries. Thank you. Next item on item 3, going to ask for our annual report from actually, this is a more focused report from the Wisconsin Conservation Congress. It's the Spring Hearing Advisory Question Summary. And Rob Bowman, the chair of our Wisconsin Conservation Congress, is here to present. Rob, thank you much.
Morning.
We're looking forward to your advice.
I don't know, it's not advice today. Anyway, good morning, Chairman Smith, Secretary Payne, and Natural Resources Board members. It's a pleasure to come before the board today as chair of the Wisconsin Conservation Congress and to have this opportunity to review the business conducted by the Congress at our annual meeting. I would like to thank Chairman Smith for his presentation, for our delegation at our convention, and the attendance of board member Marcy West. Speaking on behalf of our delegates, it was a privilege to have you both attend our convention and interact with our delegates. Your involvement and presence at our convention demonstrates your commitment to the role the Congress plays as an advisory body to the Natural Resources Board, and very much appreciated by our delegation. I'd also like to thank Secretary Payne for his address to the Congress as well. Wisconsin Conservation Congress convened at its 89th annual convention on May 11th, 12th, and 13th in Oshkosh. Our statewide delegation voted on the DNR advisory questions and each of the proposed Congress advisory questions from the 2023 Spring Hearing Online Questionnaire, and I'd like to briefly review that with you here today. There were 38 Congress advisory proposals presented for public comment at this year's spring hearings. 33 of those proposals were recommended for advancement to the Department and the Natural Resources Board and the legislature for consideration as possible future rule changes or legislation. Among those suggested changes supported by the Congress are bringing back the opportunity to fish with a hook and line in a sturgeon hole, requiring best available groundwater monitoring protocols for all permitted CAFO operations in Wisconsin, and requiring the use of 50% hunter blaze or hunter orange garments above the waist for hunting of upland game birds, excluded turkey and waterfowl outside the current requirement during any gun deer hunt. In addition, the delegation affirmed the assignment of almost 200 2023 citizen resolutions to WCC advisory committees for the review this upcoming year. The full delegation reviewed and registered their support for all but 2 of the department advisory questions. The Congress did not support DNR question 10. Do you favor implementing of the standard season structure statewide, including boundary waters in the Great Lakes for muskellunge with opening day of the harvest season beginning the first Saturday in May and ending in December 31st in open water only? And I'd like to bring our Vice Chairman Joel Weiss up after I'm done to explain why we did not support that one. Congress also did not support question 19, which said, do you favor applying the continuous open game fish season, including muskellunge and lake sturgeon, to the St. Croix River from the St. Croix Falls Dam downstream to Prescott, Wisconsin, and Polk, St. Croix, and Pierce counties? This is the 11th year that we've had the Conservation Congress, Youth Conservation Congress, and 15 of our youth delegates were able to attend and participate in some portion of the convention and the youth events arranged specifically for them. YCC coordinator Kyle Zenz has been working with the program since 2019, and she's continuing to do a fantastic job with the program. The kids were able to do some fishing on Thursday night, and on Friday they assisted department staff with some fish stocking and were given a wonderful presentation by staff as well. We handled our years of service certificates and pins for those delegates who have served the Congress for 15, 20, 25, 30, and 35 and over 40 years. Additionally, we acknowledge the work of those who are former delegates who have passed away during this last year through memorial resolutions. Congress recognized several department employees and citizens for their fantastic work in conservation. Our outstanding DNR professional awards went to Warden Brandon Smith, Forester Adam Voringer, Horinger, wildlife biologist Darren Ladwig, and fisheries Paul Cunningham. Bob Jumbeck was awarded the Waterfall Officer of the Year by the Congress's Migratory Committee. And in 2022 statewide organization of the year went to Lakeshore Trout Unlimited. The 2022 Local Conservation Organization of the Year went to the Lower Chippewa River Alliance. And was Congress's Dave A. Ladd Delegate of the Year went to Reed Keselowski. Congress also inducted past chairman Bob Ellingson Sr. into the Conservation Congress's Hall of Fame. On Friday, May 12th, the delegation from our 11 districts elected the 2023-2024 District Leadership Council. I'd like to thank each of the counselors from 2022 to 2023 that will not be returning this year as counselors, and also congratulate those who have been elected or re-elected. I'll ask Kari to email all of you with a list of this year's District Leadership Council for your information. Our 2023-2024 Executive Committee are as follows: Terry Verrig and Paul Reith are at-large members. Dale Moss was re-elected as secretary. Joe Weiss from Washburn County was elected as vice chair, and I was honored to be re-elected to serve another term as chair. In closing, I want to reiterate our appreciation for the support of this board, and we look forward to working closely with you in the upcoming year on all the important natural resource management issues.
Thank you, Rob.
Joe?
Good morning, Chairman Smith, Secretary Payne, and the rest of the board. My name is Joe Weiss. I serve as Vice Chair of the Congress. I also serve as the Chairman of the Warm Water Committee for the Congress. Just want to give you a little background on why the question involving the muskie season was rejected. First of all, the question read basically to open a harvest season from the first weekend in May through December 31st in open water only. Currently, the season closes November 30th and starts on Memorial Day weekend. The reason for the previous law, excuse me, that started on Memorial Day weekend was obviously to protect the spawning fish. Muskies are a valuable resource in this state. They are a state fish and they're an expensive fish to raise. So any protection we could give them was the reason for that previous law to start the season in the end of May. From my understanding, the muskie standing team voted to support this current starting of the season the 1st of May because they want to simplify the rules. The Congress felt that that wasn't really a valid reason to change the law itself. I'm going to give you the Congress perspective, but after discussion, we realized that the original law to move the season starting date to Memorial Day weekend had a lot of merit to protect those spawning fish. Muskies are very vulnerable in the spring in the shallow water, and they do require more protection. The second reason basically was that I've been informed, and we have been informed, that the DNR is reportedly cutting back substantially on stocking muskies this year due to the budget constraints. So it didn't make a lot of sense for us to further exploit the resource when we're not putting any fish in the front end. If we're stocking less, but exploiting them more throughout the year, that doesn't make a lot of sense. So that was mainly the reasons for rejection that the Congress took. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe.
That's all I have for you today.
Any questions from the board? The staff, the rule proposals will come up later in the agenda, and I think the muskie question will probably debate a little bit more when we get a report from staff on that. Any questions of Rob?
Just
Marcy, go ahead.
thank you. In addition to the list of new leadership, if we could get an updated list of the committee assignments.
Okay.
Or chair, or I know it'll be in the webpage eventually, but if anything changed there. I really did appreciate being able to attend on that Friday. I'm sorry I couldn't stay through the banquet. But one of the things that strikes me that isn't meant for a debate or resolution today, but we hear kind of this mixed message of people wanting simplified rules And then when we get to the questions, they're very lake specific. And specifically for fish, they're very kind of lake specific. So I wonder if the Congress and the board couldn't somehow work together to figure out a resolution to that eventually. Simplifying the rules.
County Fish Advisory Councils, CPACs.
We need another acronym thing. Yeah. That one could be taken off, but I, especially that presentation, and I talked to Meredith and Justine about it. The presentation on the habitat improvements really struck me that they, the research that's being done in that northern lake and what they're seeing as results already. I just think there's not enough of that kind of thing being shared to lake associations and other organizations on what individuals can do to help the habitat. So those are a couple of takeaways that I had.
Thank you. Anything else?
Rob, the other question that the Congress went against staff recommendation on was the initial staff recommendations on St. Croix River. Could you just expand on that a little bit about your concerns on the continuous season there?
I don't have the minutes on that one. I would have to let Joe come up if he wants to talk about.
That'd be
that.
fine.
Joe, you want to touch on that one as well?
Well, I didn't come prepared to talk about that.
Okay.
If it's okay, I can look into the minutes from the convention. I can issue you a written statement that you can share with the members of the board.
Just in view of your schedule today, I wanted to see if you had any remarks before you had to leave, because we'll be talking about that issue with staff when the staff recommendations for rules come up. And if you're not here, it's gonna, I just wanted to take the opportunity to get any comments you might have on it.
Nothing. At this
Okay.
time. I'd have to get my minutes to take a look and give you some.
Well, if something comes up, there'll be time to get it inserted into the discussion later today.
Very good.
Thank you very much. Oh, excuse me a minute. Paul, go ahead.
Rob, I didn't quite understand the resolution on CAFOs. Could you explain what that one was in detail?
Pull it up for you. Second. I have to go into the spring hearing questionnaire and I'll read it for you. Bear with me. There we go. That was 56, supporting clean water. Clean water is essential to life for drinking, bathing, fishing, recreation, and more. Factory farms or CAFOs defined for the dairy industry as 700 or more milking cows pose a threat to clean water, and their numbers have increased dramatically since 2005. In much of rural Wisconsin, factory farm sewage is raising the nitrate to groundwater levels that put babies at risk for birth defects and blue baby syndrome. Nitrates have also been implicated in colon cancer and thyroid problems. Over 10% of Wisconsinites. Private wells have unsafe levels of nitrates, and private well owners in Wisconsin have paid an estimated $3 to $5 million to repair or replace their wells, treat nitrate and drinking water obtained bottled water. In addition to the economic burden of well replacement, the health costs associated with high nitrate levels are a major issue. Much of the nitrate contaminated Wisconsin water comes from manure, which is rich in nitrate and which is produced in unsustainable amounts at factory farms. Factory farms are subject to rules requiring that acceptable manure management plan be adopted and implemented. The fact that well water is our rural communities continues to show nitrate contamination indicates that these measures have been inadequate. The problem can be addressed with a robust enforcement program requiring groundwater monitoring and reporting by factory farm owners and imposing corrective actions when contamination is found. And the question read, to reduce potential groundwater and reduce water nitrate and E. coli contamination, do you support the DNR requiring best available groundwater monitoring protocols for all permitted CAFO operations in Wisconsin? You know,
Rob, is that one of the questions the Congress is forwarding?
Yes.
Or not? It
yes,
is.
that was
Okay,
one of the ones
thank
that
you.
were supported out of our environmental committee.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, Rob,
Very
thank
good.
you very much.
Thank you.
Yep. Okay, we'll move on to the next item, agenda item under 3, and that is 2F, which is request the board authorize a preliminary public hearing and comment period for statement of scope for emergency board order FH 0723 emergency and FH 0823 emergency for proposed rules affecting chapter NR 20 related to Minocqua chain walleye harvest regulations. Meredith Penthorn. Welcome,
you.
Meredith.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Smith, members of the board, and Secretary Payne. My name is Meredith Penthorn, and I'm the Policy Specialist for the Bureau of Fisheries Management. For this item, we recently brought rules before the board within the past few years regarding Minocqua chain walleye harvest regulations, but we are pursuing this particular scope statement to allow for a potential rule change to Minocqua chain walleye harvest regulations in the event of tribal harvest of walleye with high efficiency gear in the shared Minocqua chain fishery. Although the Minocqua chain has been catch and release for regulations for state anglers since 2015, a rule allowing limited angler harvest would provide equitable harvest opportunities for anglers alongside tribal harvest if that were to occur. And we are also requesting an amendment to the preliminary public hearing notice that is before you today to move it one day later to June 2nd at 10 a.m. to account for timelines in the Administrative Register publication schedule. And with that, I'd be happy to take any questions that you may have.
Are there any questions for Meredith?
I've got a question.
Dylan, go ahead.
Concerning kind of the biology and the structure of the plan itself and what we're finding out data wise. And I haven't, forgive me, I haven't read up on available data currently, but what are the trends showing?
Yeah, so the partner group that worked on developing the catch and release regulations that we've been operating under routinely review the data, and they set specific walleye density goals for the Minocqua chain. And so we met those density goals as of 2021, but the partner group felt that it would be important to allow walleye to continue to increase in those waters so that once harvest is opened up, there's a more stable walleye population and more chances for the public to be able to harvest a fish without additional population level effects.
And for those that don't understand kind of fisheries talk, are we talking like multiple fish per acre? Or is that-
Yes.
Yeah, like,
Mhm.
okay. You know what exactly that number was?
I do not know that off the top of my head, but I can get you that information.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions of Meredith?
Where do we have the date of June? Meeting?
Marcy? Asking about the date?
Yeah. Where are we seeing the date to amend it to
Yeah.
a day later?
There
Is that-
should be a preliminary public hearing notice attached, and the date is in the preliminary public hearing notice.
Okay, if I could. My other question is just in general, is this gonna cause confusion among the public? There was some articles paying attention to it locally. Is there going to be a communication outreach as this develops?
Yeah, so currently we're going to go ahead and move forward with a preliminary public hearing, and that will present an opportunity if the public would like to weigh in. But if we were to actually move forward with a rule, we would be conducting fairly extensive public outreach, both with the partner group that's been working on this topic, as well as the general public who has an interest in walleye harvest in the Monaco Chain region. So most of the public outreach would come if we do end up moving forward with the rule. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
I would move approval with the joint.
Marcy moves approval. Do we have a second?
I so move.
Second from Paul. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say no. Motion carries. Thank you, Meredith.
Thank you.
And that takes care of the issues under agenda item number 3. We'll move on to item 4, action items. First one under action items is 4A. It requests adoption of Board Order DG 0822, proposed rules affecting Chapter NR 812, related to the use of new cement formulations for the construction of water wells. Marty Nessman, Private Water Section Chief.
Thank you, Chairman Smith, board members, and Secretary Payne for the opportunity to speak with you today. I'm Marty Nussman, the Private Water Section Manager in the Drinking Water and Groundwater Program. I'm here to ask the board's final approval of a permanent rule revision to Chapter NR 812 Wisconsin Administrative Code. We're at the stage where we're adopting the final draft rule. In December 2022, in December 2021, cement manufacturers switched from producing Portland Type 1 cement to Portland limestone cement, which is also known as Type 1L. Portland Type 1L cement contains up to 15% powdered limestone, which is more than Type 1 cement is allowed to have under Chapter NR 812 as currently written. The reason for the change in the cement formula was to include more powdered limestone to reduce the carbon footprint of cement for roads, buildings, and other items constructed with cement. The new rule language will allow drillers to use Type 1L cement and prevent a disruption to the water well and heat exchange drilling industry in Wisconsin, and make sure that unused or non-compliant wells or drill holes can be properly filled and sealed to prevent the contamination of groundwater. Type 1L cement has very similar properties to Type 1 and is now the industry standard for cement used in the construction of roads and buildings. An emergency rule was approved by the Natural Resources Board on December 14th, 2022, which is currently in effect, but it will expire in June 2023. The DNR has asked for an extension of the emergency rule, but it can only be extended through October 8th, 2023. The Wisconsin Water Well Association is in support of the rule language and our effort to address the cement issue through rulemaking. The rule is not anticipated to have an economic impact, as the price of Type 1L cement is the same as Type 1. And with that, I thank you for your consideration. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Marty. Any questions? We've had this issue before the board a few times. Is this rule going to wrap it up?
Yes, this will.
Okay, wonderful.
I move for the adoption.
We have a motion to adopt
Second.
from Paul and a second from Dylan. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Motion carries. Thank you, Marty. Item 4B, request adoption of germane modifications to Board Order CF 1219, proposed rule affecting Chapter NR 162 for the administration, procedures, and implementation of the Clean Water Fund Program. Matt Markham, Environmental Loan Section Chief.
Good morning,
Welcome,
Chairman
Matt.
Smith, Secretary Payne, members of the committee. My name is Matt Markham, and I'm a section manager in DNR's Community Financial Assistance Program. Thank you for your time and attention today on this topic. I'm here to seek approval of germane modifications to NR 162. As a bit of background, NR 162 covers our Clean Water Fund program. The Clean Water Fund program has been in existence since 1991, We provide funding statewide for small and large communities, primarily for wastewater infrastructure. During that time, we've awarded over $5 billion in financial assistance. In the last 4 years in particular, we've averaged about $300 million in financial assistance per year. Over the next 5 years, the Clean Water Fund program is set to receive over $321 million in bipartisan infrastructure law or bill funding. The majority of that funding will be available as principal forgiveness for disadvantaged communities and emerging contaminants projects. You're likely aware that I have the next agenda item 2 for CF 13-19. That covers our Safe Drinking Water Loan Program, which is drinking water infrastructure. Modifications are very similar, and you'll notice throughout the presentation here today that there are several references to NR 166 in this presentation. We made an effort to keep the language and requirements between the two codes as similar as we possibly could. A little bit of history on the rules process for us. The original rule revision was adopted by the board in September of 2022. From there, it went to the legislature. The Committee on Natural Resources and Energy raised concerns about some of the language pertaining to our intent to apply requirement. They felt that it was too restrictive. We'll get into the modifications that we made here shortly, but as a result of those concerns, we recalled the rule from the legislature in March of 2023. The original rule revision, the scope of that was primarily to make changes to align our code with recent statutory and federal changes and to improve clarity to provide to better serve our loan customers and to make the program more efficient, streamlined, and accessible to municipalities. The bulk of the changes made as a part of the germane modification related to that intent to apply requirement. The committee felt that the language that we included in the original rule was not clear enough to indicate that the intent to apply requirement was not mandatory. That was not our intent with the language that we used, but we agreed with their concerns. And so we revised the language to make it more clear that the intent to apply is not mandatory, rather it is at the discretion of the department whether or not the requirement would apply. Additionally, we made a few clarifying statements in the notes. We added an effective statement for the rules, clarified timing of plan and spec submittal numbers, revised the median household income language slightly, and modified the legal opinion of land ownership language to coincide with language that was included in NR 166, basically changing it from a legal opinion to a municipal certification form. Economic impact assessment, the germane modifications that we made did not impact the economic impact assessment that was originally done at all. That is to say that the rule revision as a whole has a minimal impact, minimal effect on businesses or municipalities. And with that, I respectfully ask for your approval of the germane modifications to CF-1219. Thank you for your time and attention on this, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Any questions of Matt? Marcy, go ahead.
Not necessarily a question, but ongoing comment. Thanks for the briefing. It is always helpful. And as we discussed, always one of my concerns on these huge programs is the application process for a small community or what are termed disadvantaged communities or large communities, I assume have some of the same issues. It becomes really burdensome to get through some of the application processes. So whenever we can simplify, I think it's to our advantage and to get the projects rolling, the rural areas and the communities that I am familiar with really appreciate it. So if we can always keep that in back of mind, I wholly support those kind of initiatives. So thank you.
Thanks, Marcy. Any other comments or questions? We've got two different requests before us for rule approvals. As Matt said, they're very closely interrelated, and a big part of the effort was to make the two as consistent as possible for applicants to these programs. I think we'll take them as individual decision items, but the second item is very similar to the one we're about to vote on. So with that, no further questions or discussion. Do we have a motion? Sharon moves to approve, and do we have a second?
Second.
And Dylan offers a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. Motion carries. Okay, that takes care of item 4B. And then the related item is 4C, which is request adoption of germane modifications to Board Order CF 1319, proposed rule affecting Chapter NR 166 for the administration, procedures, and implementation of the Safe Drinking Water Loan Program. Once again, Matt Markham.
Good morning.
Any further briefing on this one, Matt?
The only thing that I'll point out here, and I'm happy to walk through the slides if you'd like, but the only difference here is that the legal opinion that I described in the Clean Water Fund is already updated in the current rule for the drinking water program. So that is not a part of the germane modifications that we're making on the drinking water side. On the drinking water side, it is just the clarification of the intent to apply requirement.
Any questions or comments from the board? Sharon, go ahead.
To underscore again, the importance of the application process. And in your opinion, is it more simplified? How is the process?
The process it's cumbersome, to be honest. Part of the effort that we're making here with the rule revisions in general is to provide a little bit more flexibility. It actually removes some of the requirements that were originally in our rules. It gives us an opportunity to take a fresher look at our application process as a whole, really from the beginning to the end. We do think that there are improvements that we can make to it, that there are maybe things that we request now that don't necessarily need to be requested at the time of application. So that is an effort that we are in the midst of right now, with the goal of making our programs, both of our programs, more accessible, a little bit easier to access.
Thank you.
Other comments, questions?
Motion to approve.
Marcy with a motion to approve. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second from Jim. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. We'll move on to item 4D. Request adoption of Board Order FH 16-20, proposed rule affecting Chapter NR 25, related to the Chapter NR 25 reorganization rule. Welcome back, Meredith.
Thank you. Good morning again, Chair Smith, members of the board, and Secretary Payne. Again, I'm Meredith Penthorn, Policy Specialist with the Bureau of Fisheries Management. And for this item, we are asking for adoption of our Chapter NR 25 reorganization rule that makes minor changes to the Commercial Fishing and Wholesale Fish Dealer Chapter of Administrative Code. So as you can see here, we have made it to the end of this stage of the process, which is adoption of our final draft rule. And the overall purpose of the rule is minor in nature. We aim to restructure the chapter to be more intuitive and easier to navigate, clarify language that's currently confusingly written, and then simplify regulations when possible throughout Chapter NR 25, which again regulates commercial fishing on outlying waters as well as wholesale fish dealer activities. And these changes do not substantively affect the current activities of commercial fishers or wholesale fish dealers. So we're just trying to make changes to clean things up. The changes fall into 4 general categories. We have some organizational changes to restructure Chapter NR 25. We have changes to clarify confusing language, especially related to gear regulations, and then also to add maps to illustrate some of those regulations, and then clarify definitions currently used in administrative code or statutes. We have changes to improve the consistency of language, such as removing duplicative provisions, consolidating provisions where possible, and then standardizing units of measurement, and additionally adding points of reference where possible, and then corrections to correct typos here and there and language discrepancies. So this is just an example of one of the changes we've made, and I apologize, the text is a little small on the map, but this is just to illustrate that we took this sort of confusing narrative paragraph and then added a map. So we had a visual representation of the regulations for that area for the use of pound nets and trap nets in Lake Michigan during the summer. And this would help provide a better understanding of this particular regulation, both for our department staff as well as for commercial fishers and others reading an administrative code. So we held a public hearing on this rule in April, and we had no attendees during the public hearing. We also expect no economic impacts due to this rule because it really doesn't make any major changes at all. Everything's very minor in nature. And we also presented an overview of these changes to both the Lake Michigan Commercial Fishing Board as well as the Lake Superior Commercial Fishing Board, so that both commercial fishing boards had an idea of the scope of the changes. And they had a few small suggestions for making the language a little clearer as well, which we very much appreciate. So for our next steps today, we are hoping to get this rule adopted, and then from the period of June to January 2024, we will aim to get governor's approval of the rule and go through the several-month legislative review period. And we hope that the rule will be in effect then in early 2024, roughly February, maybe a little later, depending on how quickly some of the other stages take. And with that, I'd be happy to take any questions you may have on this rule.
Questions or comments from the board? Marcy,
Sorry. The illustration will be allowed in administrative rule, the map illustration?
Yeah, so they essentially add a link saying see PDF for map.
Oh, okay. All right, thank you.
Yep.
other comments, questions? Then a motion would be in order.
Motion.
Dylan, motion to
Second.
approve. Sandy with a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, that takes care of the action items on the agenda. Our next item is open forum. We're a little bit ahead of our typical schedule for open forum, but I know we have several people present for that, so I'd suggest we just move forward a little bit earlier than advertised. The first appearance we have scheduled is Charles Haig from Madison on the National Safe Boating Week. Welcome.
Thank you. Chairman Smith, Secretary Payne, members of the board, good morning. It's a beautiful day for boating in Wisconsin. My name is Charles Haig. I am a member of the United States Coast Guard Auxiliary. The auxiliary is the fully integrated volunteer arm of the Coast Guard. There are over 230 auxiliarists in the state, organized into 10 flotillas. We support the Coast Guard's mission by performing many of the same tasks that regular Coast Guardians do, such as search and rescue, aids to navigation inspection, invasive species mitigation, water quality, and standing watch at Coast Guard stations. Since 1958, the president has proclaimed the week prior to Memorial Day as National Safe Boating Week. The Coast Guard, National Power Squadron, National Safe Boating Council, and the National Association of State Boating Law Administrators all joined together to make boaters truly ready for the summer season. One of the actions that we do is addressing government entities such as yourselves. That's why I'm here today. There are 4 things that boaters can do to have an enjoyable boating summer. The first is to take a boating safety course. Boaters born after January 1st, 1989 must have taken this course, but all boaters should be educated. The auxiliary offers Boat America a one-day seminar, and the state of Wisconsin also has a class. Plus, there are other organizations. Boat America is taught in person or live streamed, which gives the student a chance to actually ask questions of a live instructor. Even experienced boaters have told me that the class has taught them things they didn't know. The second thing boaters should do is get a vessel safety check. In this free program, trained auxiliaries or members of the power squadron come to marinas, boat launch ramps, or even to the boater's driveway and check that the safety equipment the boat should be carrying is present, up to date, and properly stored. If a deficiency is found, the boater has the opportunity to correct it before heading out onto the water. Boats that pass the check are permitted to display a sticker, which is good for one season. The third boat safety item is to have a float plan. This simple piece of paper can save your life. Left with a relative or friend, it provides all the information needed to initiate a search for a boater if they are overdue. Lastly, wear your life jacket. In 86% of boating fatalities, the victim was not wearing a life jacket. I tell people that the best place to store a life jacket is on your back. Things happen very fast in a small boat. You don't have time to find a life jacket and put it on if something goes on. So thank you very much for your attention. If you have any questions, I'll do my best to answer them.
Thank you very much for your information on safe boating. It's an item of interest to everybody. Thank you very much, Charles. Next person on our list is Debbie Byer from Hudson, speaking on or representing Preserve Spooner Lake. And again, a reminder to everybody, we have our light system in place, and please keep your remarks to 3 minutes. Thank you. Debbie, go ahead. Welcome.
Good morning, Chairman Smith, Secretary Payne, and the rest of the board. As mentioned, I'm Debbie Byer. I live in Hudson, Wisconsin in St. Croix County, but I've been working for the past few years with a group of citizens that call themselves Preserve Spooner Lake, working alongside the Spooner Lake District, and recently, most specifically on issues in regards to proliferation of seasonal campgrounds, which you would think are just a very appealing thing. We've come to know these seasonal campgrounds, though, to be more akin with mobile home parks. So the only difference really being that the homes are intended to be seasonal rather than year-round. However, the wastewater treatment that is needed due to the wastewater that's produced by the park model RVs that these seasonal campgrounds are built for is much higher than what is identified in the statutes and so forth. County ordinances oftentimes are more along the lines of 30 gallons per day output for these units, camping units. But these park model RVs use and have effluents in more in the range of 100 gallons per day and even more. The state of North Carolina has addressed this issue and identifies 175 gallons per day being more accurate for this type of RV, which really is not a recreational vehicle. It does not have its own motor. It has wheels and is pulled by a semi. So it really is intended to be put in place and stay there for a season, a year, so on. So Spooner, of course, is in Washburn County, and just as an example of how these facilities are proliferating, just this past year in 2022, there were 4 different developments proposed that would have totaled about 400 camping units or lots, if you want to think of them in that way. And so thinking about the population that this would involve, you can figure at least 800 people for a seasonal campground that would have 200 units. Many of these proposals are for very large, intensely, densely developed areas. And they tend to be proposed for rural recreation, RR1 zoned areas that are not equipped with the safety and municipal treatment facilities and so forth that would be in commercial zones or more urban areas. So I'm running out of time. And with that, I just wanted to introduce this issue to you, make sure that you're aware of it. DNR staff are aware of it.
as well as the secretary. And so just was wanting to make sure the dots are connected and we can do all that's possible to protect our lakes and rivers and wetlands.
Thank you. Thank you, Debbie. Are there any questions from the board? Okay, thank you very much. Next appearance is Diane Barton, Grantsburg, speaking on the Glacial Lake Grantsburg Master Plan Revision.
Hello to the board members. Thank you for having me here today. I'm going to give you a little background of this piece of property. This piece of property was owned by my father-in-law's family. He was born and raised there. He lived there for many years. The rest of the family lived on it. He died in 1971, and we owned it 50 years after that. And it never had a water problem. We built a home on this piece of property with only a 4-foot basement. We farmed, as did my husband's family prior to us. And we bought an irrigation system to put on the property. There was a lake on the piece of property, and we were not allowed to irrigate from this lake. They made us build a pond. We built the pond, but before we could get the pond hooked up to the irrigation system, the lake was now clearly across our whole fields. They were underwater. They were up to the edge of County Road F. The water was running in, flowing into the basement windows of our home. And this water problem didn't go away until suddenly the water pump on the Creeks Wildlife Refuge that was diverting this water suddenly became inactive. When it was unable to function, it quit pumping water to the north, and the water receded and the water dried up. But as there's more and more and more land gained and more water held back, that water is spreading out. The U.S. Geological Society suggested that if you take a severely big wet sponge and set a heavy object on it and watch what happens to it, and this is what's happening, only we're putting a lot of water, which just keeps spreading out. But the family never had any water problems on any of this property until more and more dikes were added. When we moved up there to have our children and to live our lives, you could go into that Creeks Wildlife Refuge full of ducks, full of birds. Now you're lucky if you can find a few of them. So the project is not fulfilling its let's put more wildlife into the area. I thank you.
Thank you, Diane. Any questions from the board? Diane, you mentioned, I have one for you. You mentioned in your remarks that the water problems started up when the pumps were turned on, and then when they were turned off, they went away. Is this something recent or something in the past? I want to get a sense of the time frame.
It was something in the past, and they started pumping. They got more land area, started pumping more of it, more water onto it. And it was only after the pump quit working, so it couldn't pump more water to the north, that water finally receded and dried up that area. But as soon as the pump became functional, that water started coming back as a problem, just not as great that it came all the way up to County Road F. But it still caused problems with the septic tanks, with the house, because the water level was still so high.
Thank you. And from what I understand, it's been an ongoing problem over time. Okay, thanks. Any other questions from the board? We have a number of appearances on Glacial Lake Grantsburg. The next one is Charles Fagerberg. Charles?
Good morning, people.
Welcome.
I've been around a while. I believe the DNR purchased Cracks Meadows in 1946. And we thought it was great. You know, and we were down to Sawmill working one day, and my grandpa come down and he was mad at my dad. He said, "Why in the world aren't you getting into the fields?" He said, "Dad, I can't get in the fields." So he went up to the farm and got the tractor and the plow and went down and dropped the plow. Before he was halfway down the field, water was running down the plow furrow. And this was seepage from that dike, Phantom Lake Dike. Now I don't know where they come with the road, Phantom Lake Road. That was Fagerberg's that put that road in many, many years ago, late 1800s. So how it got to be Phantom was beyond me. And I spent 27 years in the military, and I wanted to come home, you know. And so I came home, and my wife and I, we had to put a 229-foot well down because the water was bad. We had to put mound systems and all this stuff in, which was quite costly. And it was quite an ordeal, I'll tell you. But now, you know, it's still the same problem. We still got water. When I was a kid, my brother and I, we used to run up in the field there, and my grandpa put a drainage ditch in, and there were big white mounds of sand. And there was a 15-foot wall of water behind that Phantom Lake Dike, you know. And so it ruined the farm. I mean, my dad was out of business. And I think somebody should be held responsible for that. Governor Knowles State Forest, he was a lawyer at the time, and he was out at our farm telling my dad he had to sue the DNR. He says, because you cannot ruin somebody's business. So it was a bad deal. But we thought it was great, you know, running behind the scrapers, you know, and we even rode with Mr. Green Hat in his scraper, you know. Back then, now you couldn't even get close, you know, but it was a lot of fun. So that's about all. It's these folks need some help, you know. Get that water tables where they don't have to worry about it. We don't, because we're down 229 feet, no water, so the water's fine. And as far as the rest of it, it's still the wetness. I was telling you, we had the sawmill down across our road down here. And one day, I'm not going to mention any game warden's name, but anyways, we kids, you know, we grabbed elastics. I worked when I was 6 years old at the sawmill. And, you know, we grabbed a couple of edging sticks and we ran up to the house. And it was about 400 yards or so from the sawmill to the house. And we were running there. We had our spears and we went up for lunch. And here comes this game warden pounding on the door. My dad, he didn't care how he talked, you know, he was pretty rough. So he comes up and knocks on the door and said, "Damn fool, what are you standing out there for, you know?" And he said, "Well, I want to see the two were spearing fish in our sawmill yard. We're spearing fish." Actually, fish did come up in our sawmill road when they couldn't get into Abel's Lake anymore. You know,
Charles, your 3 minutes is well over. If you could wrap her up.
okay, well, I wasn't watching. So anyways,
I have a feeling we could be entertained all day here. We've got some very interesting stories.
well, I guess so.
Thanks for coming.
Yeah, you bet.
Thank you very much. Next person, Rich Goodwin. Rich, are you here?
Again, I'd like to pass this around. That's a photo of our property. And my name's Rich Goodwin of West Marshland Township, living on 25933 Spalding Road, which is about 1 mile due west of Dike 6. My wife and I built a log cabin on 5 acres in the woods 23 years ago with no flooding issues until 2019 and 20. We had standing water in the yard around most of our house, as you can see in the photo. And now the water pump next to our house flooded. It was only 16 inches deep. And but the water came up, and I had to take the pump and lift it up out of the water. And I had to raise the pump in the tank above ground level because of that. So also our water quality, I had to, when that happened, the water quality got worse. So now we have a filtration system, and which has helped, but we didn't have any water problems before that. And our house sits on a cement slab, and with the water table coming up so high, the foundation is in danger of damage. Being retired and on a fixed income, we are concerned about the declining value of our property. Now, since the boards were not put back in Dike 6 in the summers of 21 and 22, the water table has dropped and there's been no indication of any issues with water, even after heavy rainfall, because the level at Dike 6 was down. So the conclusion of the GLGP study does not necessarily agree with what we are experiencing there. When the water level rises at Dike 6, our water table rises. And when it goes down in kind. And when it rises and we have rainfall, and it's going to look like that photo in our property. So thanks for your time and listening, but this is, I'm back again from February with the same issue and still asking for some help in this whole issue with the water that does leak from Dike 6 and goes west, and we're a mile west. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Rich. Any questions from the board? Thank you. Next person, Carrie Harder. Welcome, Carrie.
Thank you, Chairman. I have a handout for each of you today. Thank you. Good morning. My name is Carrie Harder. I live in West Marshland Township next to the Creeks Meadows Wildlife Area. For the new NRB members, if you haven't already, I encourage you to watch testimonies from property owners who testified here in January as well regarding how Creeks flowages being held at artificially high elevations are affecting our properties and water quality. While the overall scope of this issue has been going on for decades, for the past 5 years, a unified group of property owners have been working hard seeking a long-term resolution with the DNR that would protect residents from flooding and degraded water quality, while also ensuring the continued existence and success of the GLGP wildlife areas. This will require open communications between the department and residents and responsible management of the flowages year-round. We have provided a lot of information over the past 5 years supporting our claims that groundwater from creeks does indeed propagate outward from the creeks to neighboring properties, causing groundwater flooding and degraded water quality. Most of this information is based on the DNR's own studies and sources. Look at the top graph of the handout I provided of a USGS test well during the 2019-2020 study period. This well was located on the west side of County Road F with cracks on the east side. Notice the sharp declines in water elevations in the test well when boards were removed from Dike 6. During that same time period, we received a large amount of rain, yet the water still dropped dramatically in the well when the dike was lowered. All 12 test wells responded the same. Precipitation is not the cause of our flooding issues. Now look at the bottom graph of the USGS long-term well located over 2 miles southwest of Dike 6, which shows a sharp incline of water elevation when the diversion pump is run, which moves 23,000 gallons of water per minute. The pump is generally run for days at a time. And then sharp declines when boards are removed from the flowage. The test well clearly responds to water manipulations in the flowages. Artificially raising the groundwater elevations at cracks does artificially raise the elevations on our properties, and it causes flooding. On the back of the graphs are photos of my property in its natural state and when boards are out of Dike 6 and when Dike 6 is held high. A stark difference. And I'm just one of many property owners dealing with the same issue. The GLGP master plan states it provides for continued collaborations between the department and private landowners, but this has not been the case, even though landowners have complained of flooding to the department for decades. We remain optimistic that the department will adopt the flowage water elevation plan we submitted in March so that they can gain information in developing a long-term solution and finally get a resolution with the residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Carrie. Questions? Sandy, go ahead.
Just how long has your property been here? And I apologize if you told us in January, but how long has your property been?
So the house that I'm in right now, we built in 2000. Prior to that, family members owned the property. And before we moved there, we lived 2 miles north of where we live. We've always been around the cracks. And my late husband's family, we're like third generation. So we've been there for a long time.
Thank you.
Other questions, comments? Thank you, Carrie.
Thank you.
Next appearance is Sherry Harder. Welcome, Sherry.
Good morning. I also have a handout. I didn't have enough copies, but if you could give me this one back, I'm done with it. I'd appreciate it. That's all one.
Oh, so one.
Yeah. So my name is Sherry Harder and I live on Pete Nelson Road in Grantsburg. It's approximately 1.5 miles west of Dike 6 in the Cracks Meadows. It's human nature to be most concerned about what is happening in our own backyards. And the issue today seems to be a disagreement about what we see happening in them. I'm using the 2020 study by the USGS titled Assessment of Groundwater Trends Near Cracks Meadows, Wisconsin. The information I'm using today comes from version 1.1 dated May 2021. This study collected data the summer of 2019 in 11 wells in the Cracks Meadows area. They put in 12 wells, but 1 failed. The abstract on page 9 of this study says wells number 1, 6, and 7 were likely affected by the changes in the flowage water levels. These wells are the test wells located at Dike 6, Dike 9, and near Dike 5. I, of course, was curious to look at the data for well number 4 because that's the one at the end of my driveway. I found it interesting to note that the groundwater elevation in well number 4 started out above the land elevation of 922.5 feet, but I already knew that because I had water surrounding my mailbox. I noticed that during the 2019 study, we had almost 12 inches of rain while the flowage levels were being lowered, and yet the groundwater levels still dropped. Please take note that 6 weeks after the water was lowered at Dike 6, the water in well 12 reached a whole foot below the land elevation, and there's no raw water surrounding my mailbox. When the flowage water was raised during the study, the water in well number 4 also rose. It ended up back over an elevation of 923 feet, 6 inches above the land elevation of 922.5 feet, and water was again surrounding my mailbox. Next, I compared the graph with the well number 4 to the graphs in the study. What I found was that every single graph shows the same downward and upward response as the flowage water levels. Now, I did not put my mailbox post in 6 inches of water. And if wells number 1, number 6, and number 7 are likely affected by the changes in flowage water levels, why is it such a far stretch that the other wells showing the exact same reaction are not due to the changes of the water levels in the flowage? If I had more time, I would tell you how 100 inches of snow melting this spring did not leave any water standing on our property. But the DNR running the diversion pumps for 12 days filled our ditches, our ponds, and caused more problems with some of my neighbors. We submitted a flowage water elevation plan to the department in March. We would hope that you would support our proposed plan so that we, the residents, can be assured of a long-term commitment and solution. Thank you.
Thank you, Sherry. Any questions? Thank you. Our next appearance, we have a Mr. Wayne Lake listed. I've been told he's not here today, but I just want to check and make sure.
Correct.
Mr. Lake. Okay, we'll move on to the next person on our list, Robert Martini.
He is also not available.
Robert's not here. Thank you, Ashley. Next person, Ike Nordrum, Town of Grantsburg. Ike, welcome.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, members of the board, for hearing my concerns about the Glacial Lakes Grantsburg project. My name is Ike Nordrum from Grantsburg, Wisconsin. I'm here to communicate to you about my situation in regards to the Creeks Meadows water elevations. I appreciate driving to the creeks during the fall season, mowing the snowmobile trails and riding them in the winter. Mowing at 7 miles per hour, you get to appreciate the sights from a different perspective. At night, on the return trip, there are no visible lights indicating civilization is not present, which makes this truly unique in our modern times. This area is a great asset to Burnett County and the great state of Wisconsin. However, it has some shortcomings with its neighbors residing near this locale that have been evolving over the past several years. We are here to provide evidence of these shortcomings. Our goals today from our group in Grantsburg is 1, responsible water management, 2, a long-term solution. In 2002, my wife and I purchased 3 acres on the south side of County Road D, which is a block from the Creeks Visitor Center. This is on the southwest corner of the creeks and is being influenced by the Hay Creek flowage. At that time, the property was not located in a flood zone. In 2002, my father built a home on that land with a basement going down 36 inches. Fast forward to 2010, we had the opportunity to buy an additional 1.5 acres adjoining the property. When we financed this purchase, we were told we needed to have federal flood insurance. And flood insurance doesn't cover seepage damage. We asked why and found out that it was placed in a flood zone in 2008 due to the high water levels of groundwater. We were not informed of this by any federal or state agency. In 2018, the basin flooded with 2 inches of water. My father was in his late 80s at the time and did not inform me immediately of this occurrence. Subsequently, there were mold issues that followed. I have brought photos to show evidence of this damage. In January this year, my father passed away at 92. We now have the task of cleaning up the basin from the groundwater seepage that caused mold issues by staying wet for this extended period. We have spent countless hours since January remediating and painting the basement and verifying that the sump pump is functioning correctly on a daily basis. As of last week, the water table elevation at the house is 914.6. The basement is at 912 feet. This difference has kept the sump pump running all spring, fending off any further water in the basement. The Hay Creek flowage, I'm running out of time already. I got a little more to go, guys. The Hay Creek flowage water level is maintained at an elevation of 920 feet. The bottom of the flowage is closer to my elevation at 916 feet. The downward gradient allows this 4-foot difference to cause water to pool on the north side of County Road D. On my side of the road, there is water that seeps under the road onto my property and migrates to the basement. There's no direct waterway from the Hay Creek flowage to where the water is encroaching on County Road D. As you're aware.
Could you wrap it up, please? You're over the 3 by considerable.
All right,
Thank you.
yeah, we're getting ready to sell the property and stuff, and due to this flood zone and stuff, it's gonna, it's not gonna be good for our buyer and stuff. But I would have liked to have read the rest of this, but thank you for hearing our concerns. We all have one thing in common with the water levels and for the consideration of the water parameters 2023 plan proposed by Mr. Duke Tucker. This can be a win-win strategy for both parties, continuing to strengthen the community bond between Cricks Meadows Wildlife Area and its neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you, Ike. Any questions? Thank you. Next appearance is Corey Rushlow, West Marshland. Welcome, Corey.
Morning, Chairman, Secretary, members of the board. Get this stuff ready here. Hold on a second. All right. My name is Corey Rushlow. I purchased 10 acres of land in West Marshland in the spring of 2019. I purchased this land to have a place for my young family to get away from the hustle and bustle of the city and enjoy some peace and quiet in the country, so that I could raise my sons with a love for the outdoors. This was supposed to be a place to hunt, ride ATVs, and do all the things that make the outdoors so great and make northern Wisconsin such a wonderful place. We fell in love with the property that summer. My wife and I talked and decided that this would be a place we'd like to make our permanent home someday. I spent the summer of 2019 clearing land by myself, laying a driveway by myself, and I brought in a cabin so my family had a place to stay while we enjoyed our weekends there. I have a deep and intimate connection with this land after doing all of this work myself. The following summer, we decided that it was time to take the next step towards our dream. We purchased an adjoining 10 acres on which we would build our permanent house someday. This was exciting for us. The summer of 2020, we began exploring the Cricks Wildlife Area, which is 1 mile to the east of our property. We found it breathtaking in its beauty and size, the wildlife living there. It's simply stunning and an irreplaceable gem of northwestern Wisconsin. It was about this time we started noticing water in places that, well, there shouldn't be water. While these areas may be considered low ground, it struck me as odd to walk through our woods and stumble upon mud or a puddle, and we haven't had rain in some time. I began speaking with the neighbors about this, and at that time, I was told of the water issue plaguing so many of my neighbors. While I was relieved I wasn't going mad about the water on my land, I was heartbroken to hear that so many people had flooded basements, been told not to drink their water, and had acres upon acres of their property underwater, which by this point I do too. At this point, our hopes and dreams of building a permanent home were starting to become tainted. How would we build even on the high ground with these water problems? What about drinking water for my family? Wells have been tested and deemed unsafe to drink. Having a home with a basement is completely out of the question. Do I have to worry about my brand new home getting standing water in it? I'm not alone with these fears and concerns. However, my neighbors who are permanent residents already live with this nightmare. Not to mention wildlife habitat and patterns. The deer herd, in my opinion, mind you, I have no facts or evidence of this, has changed patterns and been greatly reduced in my time here, and it is my belief that they have been displaced by standing water where there hasn't been and there shouldn't be standing water. I started to get involved with the GLGP water project. I started reading, I read DNR reports, I read the work of Duke Tucker, and now I don't consider myself an overly educated man. I have an associate's degree and I'm an equipment salesman, but what I do think I have is common sense. I can read these studies and overlay rainfall amounts. I'm running out of time, I'll speed up. And water table readings don't line up. However, when I read the water table levels and overlay the water elevation out in the cracks, it is clear there's no correlation between the two. Why is it that I can see these trends and follow along, but no one else can see this in their reports? By no means do I want to see the cracks drained or altered. I'm out of time, so I'll slip to my last paragraph. In closing, I ask of you to truly please hear and understand the struggle of the residents and landowners around the Crex Meadows. Our homes, our futures, and our health are at stake. We have spoken up before and will continue to do so, and we will continue to work with the Wisconsin DNR until we can all come to a resolution in which every party is satisfied. Thank you.
Thank you, Corey. Any questions, comments from the board? Thank you very much. Next appearance is Paul Stavney, West Marshland. Welcome, Paul.
Thank you. Thank you for your time. My name's Paul Stavney. I live at 254 Old Spalding Road. I bought my land in 1982. I have a very nice home on my property. When I bought my land, got 40 acres. I could walk it, ride four-wheelers, walk, hiking. My family enjoyed. I built a big pistol range, 300-yard range, was all mowed. And then all of a sudden the water came. It was all my targets have been underwater for years. The last couple of years it dried down. Now it's back up. It's I have a garden, quite a bit of money invested in it, and it's near the lower part, and the water came up, and I had carrots that big. The last time I grew carrots was several years ago. They were that big. There's something in that water that killed the soil. It's, it's really sad. And due to all the water, my road has been underwater where I've had to drive 3.5 miles extra to get around because the water's 6 to 10 inches sometimes over the road. I call West Marshland Township. They come and put the high water signs because I've seen people hit the water at 50 miles an hour. And one lady drove through it, wrecked her car because the ventilation system was underneath it. Now I have a pine tree this big that tipped over that was in the water. I have oak trees anywhere from there to there, older than any of us, dead. Probably 60 to 70 trees on my property. That's sad. So my garden suffered, my pistol range, I have trees. My hunting stand is like right now, it's 2 foot of water out there by my rifle stand. My water quality, I got problems now. I have my water tested. I have a 200-foot felt well. Now I got to go deal with this. And I love the Crex Meadows. I would just like this problem solved. Work together and get it done. That's all I ask. Because it's sad to hear all these stories. It really is. Thank you.
Paul, question, the property that you have, where does that sit relative to the flowages?
Okay, you know where Duke lives?
Right.
He's in this corner, I'm in this corner.
So you're right in that
Yeah,
neighborhood.
but I'm from Sherry, I'm straight west of there about a half a mile.
Okay. So
Straight
put
east of
you
there.
about a half mile from the flowage into the
Yes,
west.
about a mile from the flowage.
Thank
Yep.
you.
And I've seen the conversion pump, when they turn that on, my land gets flooded. Big time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next appearance, Duke Tucker. Welcome, Duke.
Thank you, Chairman Smith. Good morning, Secretary Payne and NRB members. My name is Duke Tucker. I serve the town of West Marshland as the Water Committee Chairman and the town of Grantsburg as its Water Commissioner. My wife and I purchased our home and started our family over 27 years ago across the road from Crex Meadows Wildlife Area in Burnett County. Over the years, the department has raised and lowered flowages many times, affecting our property and livelihood. And we've always been told that it was a natural occurrence and that water in the flowages doesn't throw through the sand and cross the road. We all know that sand does not hold water. The spring of 2018 was even worse than we'd ever experienced for many years. Our family was so busy in the community over the years that I never got to know or realize how badly my neighbors were also being affected. So I got involved. I've spent many hours studying hydrology, installing a network of test wells, and logging data. The USGS study conducted in 2019 and 20 is a report that we understand well. We agree with the well data from that report and the proven hydraulic gradients found within that report. We understand hydraulic gradients, Darcy's law, Pascal's law, hydrostatic pressure. There is no question that the flowages in the Glacial Lake Grantsburg properties are connected to the water cable, which means that when flowages are artificially raised, so is the groundwater table, which causes groundwater flooding and degraded water quality. As shown in the 2016 Crex Water Quality Assessment by Craig Ressler. You have a letter from him previously. This is where the department says that it disagrees with us. We can physically demonstrate our position over and over on demand. The department cannot and has not physically demonstrated its position. As a community, this problem has gone on for over 7 decades. And the department's handling of this issue all the way back to the 40s, frankly, has been terrible. And it doesn't live up to the standards we expect from our state officials. I've only been personally involved for a little over 5 years, but rest assured, we will solve this issue long term. There will be no quitting or giving up by the residents this time. Earlier this month, I attended the Wisconsin Conservation Congress Annual Convention in Oshkosh, where Secretary Payne and Chairman Smith both provided addresses to the WCC delegates. Both gentlemen talked about collaboration, communication, clean drinking water, and listening to the public. I sincerely hope that the department will be collaborating and communicating with the public regarding this water issue and to show its genuine concern for the residents' welfare and their real property. I am pleased to report that Carrie and I had the opportunity to meet with a 7-person team representing the department this past Thursday. We took this team on a field trip, which included a demonstration area to physically show the groundwater movement and prove the downward hydraulic gradient from cracks using flowage elevations along with a transit to show groundwater does in fact cross the road to private property. Thank you, Secretary Payne, for assembling this team to meet with us on site. This was our first time meeting Tammy Ryan and Eric Loebner. We are optimistic about working with them to solve this problem. On behalf of the town of West Marshland, the town of Grantsburg, and the members of the GLGP Water Project, we are again requesting the department to support our proposed flowage water elevation plan, which took careful consideration to develop based on USGS hydraulic gradients and problems that were reported. The 2 existing USGS wells and 3 of our private test wells around Colony Road F could be used over the next 5 years for the purpose of groundwater elevation monitoring to assist and develop a long-term solution. The overall goal is to ensure that man and its environment can live in harmony as WEPA, Wisconsin Environmental Policy Act, requires. Please work with us to help the department honor its stated mission and purpose. Doing so will also please the residents. Thank you to the NRB members for your volunteer service, just on serving on this board, and for your time today.
Thank you, Duke.
You're welcome.
Are there questions or comments? Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Mr. Secretary, sounds like there's been some discussion locally amongst staff and department representatives with the residents around Crex. I wonder if the board could get informational update on that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I would appreciate the opportunity to do that. Our team has been meeting with the landowners there, and every time I hear these stories and this feedback, I sit here as well and share their passion for it'd be nice to resolve this. It's hard to believe when you said, Mr. Tucker, that this has been going on for what, 6-7 decades, but it sounds like it's been worse, at least the last 5-10 years. But in any regards, I know our staff want to solve this as well. I know our staff care about this issue. And I don't know if we have it resolved yet. I don't know if we have that win-win opportunity, but at the next Natural Resource Board meeting with your approval, Mr. Chair, we'll have an update, share the discussions that have happened to date, share the progress, share the science, and make sure that everyone is better informed as to the steps that have been taken. But I can tell you, as a new secretary, when I hear this many members of the public impacted like this in that area, I share your desire to see a resolution. And I presume, just watching the body language of the Natural Resource Board members here as they've been listening to this today and in the past, I'm sure they would like to see it resolved as well. So I continue to be optimistic. We have great staff here. They're good problem solvers. And my hope is we can come to more of a balance or a resolution where you're not impacted to the level that you have been. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd also just like to say something too.
Go
I
ahead,
just
Dylan.
want to acknowledge all the individuals that gave up time, their busy lives to come all the way down here to advocate for their families and their community. It takes a lot to do that. So I want to acknowledge each and every one of you. Personally, for me, it would be really helpful to actually visit the site, the place that we're discussing and having eventually making decisions about. And so if there's a way to help facilitate that with some of the landowners and whatnot, I'd very much like to make a trip. Maybe a few of us can go over there to check out some of these issues firsthand. So we're not just learning about it through, pictures and whatnot. We can go see what's going on.
Had an
down there.
opportunity to do that a couple of years ago, and it was very helpful to me to set it all into perspective, and I think there'd be an opportunity to set that up.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, that's all we have for public appearances under open forum. Again, thank you all for making the trip and appreciate your input very much. At this point, I think it's past time for the board to take a break,
Yes, sir.
and we'll resume at 10:30 with the agenda. Thank you.
the study itself talked about
Call the meeting back to order, please.
increasing. That'd be wonderful. Thank you so much.
And on our agenda, we're on item 6, information items. We have several. The first one, 6A, we handled earlier this morning with Rob Bowman presenting the spring hearing advisory question summary from the Congress. 6B would be results of input on the Bureau of Fishery Management's 2023 Spring Fish and Wildlife Meeting Agenda of Questions. Once again, Meredith Penthorn. Welcome, Meredith.
Thank you. A busy day for fisheries today. Thank you, Chair Smith, members of the board, and Secretary Payne. Again, my name is Meredith Penthorn, and I'm the policy specialist for the Bureau of Fisheries Management. And today I will be going over the results of our 2023 Fisheries Management Spring Hearing Questions. And sort of proactively, we are planning on coming back to the board in June to discuss the full rule package in more detail. So there'll be another opportunity to discuss some of these topics as well. So to start off, I'd like to just highlight our statewide level rule change proposals. We had 4 of these this year. The first one, like Chair Bowman discussed, was relating to our Muskie statewide season structure proposal that would open the season statewide from the first Saturday in May through December 31st on open water. And that did get public support at the statewide level. The second question would reduce the bag limit for walleye and sauger on inland waters from 5 to 3 as the standard option. There are some across the state that have lower daily bag limits as well, but any water that currently had a 5 daily bag limit for walleye would go to 3. And then for a third statewide level question, we would implement a mandatory self-registration system for small unpermitted fishing tournaments that are exempt from the tournament permit requirement so that we could gather further data on frequency, a level of participation, and location of those tournaments. And no fee would be involved with the self-registration system. It would just be for gathering more information from those tournaments. And then our last statewide level question would implement a walleye regulation of a 13-inch minimum length limit, 16 to 24-inch protected slot, with only 1 over 20 inches allowed, 24 inches allowed for harvest, and a daily bag limit of 3 for Lake Wissota and associated waters. That also garnered public support statewide. So good levels of public support statewide on all of these statewide level questions. And then moving on to our St. Croix River package of regulation change proposals. For these, we aim to make regulations more consistent with those currently implemented for the Mississippi River, as well as to be a little more protective of some of these fishery resources. And all of these proposals gained public support statewide as well as locally, with the notable exception, as this board has heard to some extent in the past, for our continuous game fish season proposal on the St. Croix River. That did receive public support statewide as well, but it was to a lower degree than our other fisheries questions. And then locally, we really looked at the counties adjoining the St. Croix River, so Pierce County, Polk County, and St. Croix County, and it was not supported at that local level. So we'll be looking to not advance this one further moving forward based on that public input. For our local rule change proposals, we had 17 questions, and all of those were supported statewide as well as in the county that would be affected. And these all do things such as adjust daily bag limits, implement size limits. There's one that implements a new urban fishing pond. So all local questions. A proportion of these did originate as citizen resolutions during previous spring hearings. So straight from citizen ideas all the way up through the department. And so we are planning on advancing all of these as well. And then finally, we had one advisory question that we would be looking to move through a separate rule process that we've recently started to open up personal harvest of minnows from VHS affected waters. And that would allow anglers to harvest minnows from waters that either have had VHS detected or are suspected to have VHS. And I use an acronym, so that means viral hemorrhagic septicemia. where harvest of minnows for personal use is currently prohibited to prevent the spread of that disease. But no live minnows would be allowed to be moved away from the water bodies of harvest, regardless of source of the minnows, so that it would be more enforceable as to no minnows being moved to other water bodies once harvested from those locations. And then we're also considering a disinfection requirement for minnow harvest gear, again, to prevent spread of that disease. And this question was also supported statewide, and in the vast majority of counties, I believe only 6 did not support it. And with that, I would be happy to take any questions you may have.
Are there questions for Meredith? Paul, go ahead.
To be clear on the muskie issue, muskie rule change, it was publicly supported, but the Wisconsin Conservation Congress didn't advance that. Is that correct?
That's
Will
correct.
that have an effect on your ruling on that?
Yeah, we always take the Conservation Congress's input into consideration when making the final determination. So we have discussed that. But again, the public support was also there. So we'll be balancing those factors, and we'll be able to bring all that information back to the June meeting when we bring the rule forward for adoption.
So Meredith, again, on that muskie rule, the program will bring that forward in June for further discussion.
Correct.
But
Yes.
you've not made a decision yet on whether or not you're going to support advancing it.
We are likely going to advance it at this time. And so it will be up for consideration during the June Natural Resources Board meeting for further discussion by the Natural Resources Board.
Yeah. Look very closely, talk with the Congress. I've had personal experiences where I've seen those muskies in spawning season up north in May. They're extremely vulnerable, and they're like a magnet. They attract attention in shallow water, and whether people have ill intentions or not, they harass the heck out of them trying to get a better look. It's a very sensitive issue, and it's unique to the northern part of the state. We'll look forward to further discussion. Mr. Secretary.
Yeah, I appreciate you raising that question, Mr. Chair. I too would like to be a little more involved with that discussion prior to next steps. And I was hoping, Meredith, you could talk a little bit more about that, and you just did, responding to Paul, that this would be coming back to the June meeting. But what are the next steps? Give the board an appreciation for now how this input is considered, how we proceed with evaluating it, and then how we come back to the board and make recommendations. But just so I'm clear, I have some sensitivity to this particular question as well. I thought the Conservation Congress discussion, as well as today, was pretty impactful. At least it was for me personally.
Okay, yeah, certainly. So typically, once we receive the results of all of the public input on the spring hearing questions, then we convene the fisheries management leadership to go over that public input and make preliminary recommendations for whether or not to advance the proposal that we then present at the Conservation Congress's annual convention in May. After that point, then we'll come back as sort of a smaller group and make decisions or discussion. I shouldn't necessarily say decision, but discuss further based on the Conservation Congress input, as well as, again, looking at the overall public input from the spring hearings. And then we're doing this information item to kind of present an overview of that public input today. And you heard from the Conservation Congress on their perspectives. So the next step would be to bring that full rule package back to the Natural Resources Board, which we plan to do in June. That presents another opportunity for us to consider the questions and then make adjustments to the rule package based on all of the information we've received, as well as internal discussions. And then the final rule adoption meeting presents the final sort of internal opportunity at the DNR level to really delve into the issues that will be addressed in the rule package, and then make decisions on which components of the rule will ultimately move forward.
Question 2.
Go ahead, Dylan.
The individuals from the WCC had mentioned something regarding, and maybe I'm hearing this wrong, funding or capacity issues for restocking of muskie. Did I hear that correctly? That for somehow reducing? Is there gonna be
Yeah,
a reduction?
there were comments made this morning on that. I don't know if Meredith's in a position to answer any of that.
I'd like to invite my Bureau Director, Justine Has, to the podium to speak to that.
Justine, welcome.
Good morning, Chair Smith, Secretary Payne, members of the board. I am Justine Has. I'm the Bureau Director for the Fisheries Management Program. And yes, you did hear this morning about some changes to our muskie stocking. We have a few things going on in the program right now. We are undergoing a full program review, which is assessing all aspects of our program. But in particular, we are really looking at all the fish that we stock. We stock about 75 different products out across the state every year at about 7 million fish. And they cost a lot of money to raise. So part of this review is identifying that we are stocking fish in the right place at the right time, providing the right fisheries. And so muskie is one of those. So right now we annually stock about 76,000 muskie into a little over 200 lakes across the state. In the last year and a half, we've been reviewing what we call our stocking guidance. So that is, the criteria that we have to stock these fish. And so we have adapted some changes in that, which will impact how many muskie we stock out across the state. And then additionally, as Joe Weiss said earlier, they're expensive fish to raise. And obviously, as inflation goes up, we have a budget and there's only so much money that goes so far. And so part of that is what we do annually is we look at our total budget and we look at how much we can afford to do. So that is going to have some impacts on some of the fish that we stock. But there is a very strategic way in which we are looking at how we are stocking these muskie. So we are prioritizing where these fish go based on where they provide the best fishery and the best resource for our anglers and our stakeholders. And the three key areas that we're looking at are whether or not we have data on a fishery that we've been stocking. And if we do not have data for 12 years, we're assessing whether we should continue to stock those waters. We also survey a lot of waters every year. And if we are not seeing a return of the fish that we are stocking to a fishery, we are looking to not stock in those waters because it's not providing a resource for our anglers. And then finally, we have some lakes that are now more sustained. They've been stocked for many, many years and they have a healthy fishery. And so we're also trying to address, do we need to stock these waters annually? Muskie are big fish, they're long-lived fish. And so we are also looking to alternate stocking to odd and even years to help us, provide more fish across the landscape, but still provide those resources. So there's quite a lot of things happening with muskie in particular. So hopefully that addressed your question, Dylan, but if you have anything else.
Yeah, no, that's very helpful. Thank you so much. I bring it up as a kind of a point of survey, that could have been, if people didn't know that that's what the plan was and that's what they were voting on, maybe, that could have, changed we could have saw some change in results, maybe not, but, I think that's a big point to make. And I'll just reiterate too, I think it'd be helpful for this board to have, muskie mortality data, and any other research studies in kind of relevant areas that would help us in making some of those determinations and decisions. So.
Yep, I made a note of those. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Other questions or comments? Sandy, go ahead.
Justine, you mentioned the return on the investment.
Mm-hmm.
Does that mean how many anglers are fishing in those areas? Like, are we going to support muskie stocking in lakes further south where there might be more people versus other lakes?
No, it's really about, is there enough fish there for people to go fishing for? Not necessarily, does only one person go fishing or does 100 people go fishing on the lake? So it is more across the whole state.
Okay, thanks.
Other questions or comments? I have one last one, Justine, as long as you're there, Meredith's there. My earlier question about the uniqueness of the northern part of Wisconsin and this later spawning season for muskies. One of the concerns I have this particular year is the questions didn't go through the traditional spring hearing format where there's a lot of discussion locally to better inform people. And when you read a question like this, it sounds very positive on the surface. Increased opportunity, longer season, wonderful fishery. And it may not give the people voting on these the in-depth knowledge of what that impact might be. And sometimes that can be brought out by face-to-face discussion at the spring hearings. Lacking that, I would just ask you and staff to explore that a little further with the Congress reps and see if that's a factor here or not. I don't have a personal opinion on it one way or the other, but I think that would be helpful information.
Yep, we will certainly do that before.
Thank you. Any more? Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
See you in June. Okay, next item on the agenda is 6C, results of input on the Bureau of Wildlife Management's 2023 Spring Fish and Wildlife Meeting Agenda of Rule Questions. Scott Carl, you're up.
Good morning.
Welcome.
Morning, Chair Smith, members of the board, Secretary Payne. I am Scott Carroll. I am the Regulation Policy Specialist for the Bureau of Wildlife Management. And today I'm going to recap the 9 questions that the Bureau asked on the spring public online input that took place in April. So like I mentioned, I'll give a brief kind of recap since we do have some new members of the board. These questions were approved by the board for inclusion on the online input tool back in the January meeting. We did propose 9 questions. Where these questions typically come from, a variety of sources. This is a rule year where it's associated with a accompanying rule, permanent rule. So in years like this, we get forwarded advisory questions from the Wisconsin Conservation Congress. It goes through our species committees, and if it comes out of that, it gets forwarded to us, to the department for further consideration. We have a meeting then in the fall where we meet with our our Bureau of Public Safety, Customer Outreach Service, Wisconsin Conservation Congress. We discuss all these proposals. Some also do originate from wildlife staff, and then we determine which ones we are going to ask and at the spring hearings each year. So that's just a little bit background of where these questions originate from. As Meredith mentioned, a related rule will be presented to the board in June. A scope statement for that rule was approved at the February meeting by the board. So just a little bit background on where we've come and now what happened back in April. So again, we had 9 questions. I'm not going to read through each one just for the sake of time, and it's not that fascinating. But what I do want to mention was that we had 4 questions this year that came out of the Wisconsin Conservation Congress resolution process. Question 1, question 5, question 6, and question 8. So question 1 was about allowing the use of F-shot while waterfowl hunting. Then we had 5, remove the public-private designation on the junior antlerless deer harvest authorization, allow additional assistance for disabled trappers, and then issue either sex diseased deer replacement permits. So almost half of our agenda came directly from citizen resolutions that came through the WCC process, which is, I think, a great testament to how effective that process is getting citizen ideas as potential rule changes. The other questions were mostly originated from department staff. All of the questions, except for one, got really strong support. The one that didn't was the number 2, which expanded the October youth deer hunt to 4 consecutive days instead of 2. That one still was about 50-50. I think about out of 8,000 people that provided input, there was about 140 people that preferred not to versus yes. So it was very, very close, and but the rest of them all received very strong support. I did want to mention too that question 9, which discussed allowing DNR to regulate target shooting on department lands in Brown County. The local input on that was 105 yes. So this is Brown County residents, 105 yes, 54 no. So there was local support for that as well. And then we'll go, these are, whoops, I went too far. So there we are. And these are just the results of the last 4 questions that we asked, and all of these 4 got strong support from those who provided input during that period in April. Just to recap, we are going to again bring a full rule to the board in June to consider these questions as potential rule proposals. There'll be another additional opportunity for public input for members of the public to weigh whether they would support a rule change or not. But we are going to bring 8 of these questions in that rule next month. The one we're going to kind of hold off on is the one that kind of got the lukewarm support, which is the expanding the youth deer season. Any questions on our questions?
Questions from the board? Okay, thank you, Scott.
All right,
We'll also see you in June.
thank you very much.
Okay, next item on the agenda is 6D, update on Wisconsin's elk herds and the 2023 Northern Elk Herd season quotas. Josh Spiegel, wildlife biologist.
Good morning, Chairman Smith, members of the board, and Secretary Payne. I wanted to thank you for allowing me to present before you guys today. As Chair Smith mentioned, I'm Josh Spiegel, the Sawyer County wildlife biologist out of the Hayward area. And a portion of my job duties relates to managing of the Northern Wisconsin elk herd and elk statewide. So next slide, please. So where we're going to start off today, I know we've got some new members of the board here. We want to cover a little bit of history about elk in Wisconsin here. So we do have two distinct populations or two distinct herds in the state here. We have what's called the Northern herd, historically surrounding the greater Clam Lake area. And then we've got our central herd, which has been in recent years established in that greater Black River Falls area in eastern Jackson County. So elk in the state of Wisconsin were extirpated in the 1880s due to unregulated hunting. And, elk were historically found here. We've got remnants of elk found in about 50 of 72 different counties across the state. So it's a species that historically called Wisconsin home, and we really wanted to make sure that they thrive in our landscape. So there was a first reintroduction effort done. Elk were brought in from Yellowstone National Park in 1913 and 1917. They were held in a game pen near the Trout Lake area, kind of in the 19 portion of that established 1995. Those elk were released in 1932, right around the Great Depression area when it was getting tough to sustain them, and ultimately again were lost on the landscape by the 1950s due to unregulated hunting. If we fast forward a little bit, a lot of eastern states were doing reintroduction efforts. And it becomes important. Michigan had also started a elk population in the early 1900s with 7 elk from Yellowstone National Park. Right about that same time, we got our first shipment. In 1989, state legislature ordered the department and UW-Stevens Point to complete a feasibility study to bring back a large ungulate in the state of Wisconsin here. So they looked at caribou, moose, and elk. Ultimately, they settled on elk. They're a strong generalist species that can survive in a lot of different habitat. There were concerns with brain worm and moose, and then the changing habitat that moose and caribou had used over the years. So elk were kind of designated as that key animal. In 1994, UW-Stevens Point was granted the opportunity to do an experiment with elk on Wisconsin's landscape. So May 17th of 1995, the state of Michigan donated 25 elk to the state of Wisconsin. And on that May 17th date, 18 cows and 7 bulls were released in the greater Clam Lake area. By 1999, the herd had about doubled, and UW-Stevens Point recommended that elk had the ability to survive and grow on the Wisconsin landscape. So about that time, the Wisconsin Department of Natural Resources assumed the management of elk in the state of Wisconsin. In the year 2000, the Clam Lake elk herd management plan was written. This designated about the northern 2/3 of that zone you see on the screen as the Clam Lake elk range with a goal of about 1,400 elk. In 2001, a Black River elk herd plan was written. And that was designated by the same location you see on the screen in front of you, with a population goal of 390 elk. Ultimately, efforts in Black River Falls became halted with the find of CWD in southern Wisconsin. So that kind of got put on the back burner. Moving forward, we did a plan amendment in 2012 to kind of update both of those plans. And that included expansion of the Clam Lake elk range. So that southern third, that finger that juts to the south, was added to the to the range. And what that did is expanded the ability into young, vibrant, growing forests that we saw in county, Flambeau River State Forest, and some other private properties in that greater area. It also identified supplemental elk to the Clam Lake Elk Range and to establish the Black River Elk Range kind of at that point in time. So in 2015 and 2016, 73 elk were brought to the Black River Elk Range from the state of Kentucky. We entered in a 5-year agreement with the state of Kentucky to bring elk to the state of Wisconsin. So 15 and 16, 73 elk established that herd. And in 2017 and 2019, 91 elk were released within the Clam Lake range to establish or to supplement the northern population up there. So currently, you can see we have a pre-calving population estimate of the northern herd at 271, and we're expecting our post-calving estimate to be about 355, or ballpark of 85-ish calves born this year. In the central range, our population estimate is 130, and we're going to expect that to get up in the 155 to 160 range post-calving for 2023. So you can see kind of long-term that graph on the lower left side, what our populations have done, continuing to trend upward with growth into the future here. Next slide, please. Quickly, I'm going to review kind of elk hunting review in the state of Wisconsin here. So our first elk hunting season occurred in 2018. This season followed an administrative code that said that 5% of a population of 200 elk must be harvested in a bull-only harvest. So that very first year, obviously the 5% of 200 came out to a quota of 10. 50% of that quota, if installed in the northern range, would be have the ability to be declared by the Ojibwa tribes for harvest within the ceded territory of northern Wisconsin. And that's true through all these hunting seasons, anything implemented in northern Wisconsin. In late 2019, that rule was removed, so we didn't have to honor the 5% anymore, but now use science, discussion, and other decision items to bring forward a quota for harvest for the elk hunting seasons. One thing of note is the first 5 years completed fall of 2022, one tag was offered to be raffled by the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation. They're a major player in elk restoration in the state of Wisconsin. So they had the ability to raffle that tag the first 5 years there. Ultimately, as you can see on the screen, offering about 11,600 tags to be entered in their raffle, one tag per year. That tag had to be followed by the same guidance and rules of any other Wisconsin license holder, and that was part of the DNR's quota side of the total quota. In all, in the first 5 years, we've had over 140,000 applicants. And in recent years, we've kind of leveled off in that mid to high 20,000 applicant type range. In total, we've harvested 39 total bull elk since 2018, with a split of 21 of those being harvested by DNR licensed hunters and 18 of those being harvested by our tribal hunters on the landscape. Couple points of note here, interesting. In 2019, we had our first female harvest of a bull elk on a state license. In 2022, the picture in the lower right on the screen, we had our first modern day archery harvest of a Wisconsin bull elk. And then two other interesting notes is 2 females had drawn tags in 2020 and 2021, both of which harvested their first ever animal as a once in a lifetime tag holder for a Wisconsin hunt. So very, very unique. Next slide, please. Here I want to get into kind of the inputs that we use in our elk population estimate and discussions points moving forward. So obviously, like a lot of species population estimates, there's a whole mess of inputs that go into that model. So One thing new this year, and we really wanted to highlight, was we're getting back into the aerial surveys side of things. So we were able to get up a few times in a fixed wing plane, fly over groups that we're known, and get pretty good counts on animals over the winter time, leaf down, snow conditions, looking at a large dark animal. We also had the ability to reach out to partners in the Office of Applied Sciences who were able to get up with a drone with an elk staff member present and take infrared pictures of those elk in snow conditions. So cold temperatures, high visibility. We used that infrared image, which you see in the upper right corner there. And this is one of our groups in the butternut area that we were able to confirm very, very tight numbers on. We also had the ability to take live image pictures at the exact same time so we can compare the two face to face. Snapshot Wisconsin is another monitoring tool we use, both from department staff and from citizen volunteers. This gives us the ability to monitor elk across the entire range. We typically deploy these in areas of common elk use or high elk habitat. So what this gives us the ability to do, the picture down below, is to individually identify animals on the landscape. So there's markers on these animals or some of these animals, such as this bull in the picture, that we can confirm a particular animal. It also gives us the ability to monitor our bulls. We can break them down by age class, our spike, our raghorn, and then our mature class. And it also gives us the ability to individually identify bulls. So much like a landowner with a game camera, we can find unique features in the antler configurations and get a very precise count on how many bulls we have on the landscape. We also have the ability to do various observations. So there's points in the year, late fall, over winter, and early spring where elk are highly visible. So we can get out, again, look at these individually marked animals or others, including large groups of animals to capture that information. We also have the ability to do surveys in the field, around that breeding season when bugling is occurring. And then lastly, we also have the ability to physically work with animals. So two capture methods that we do are overwinter trapping and collaring efforts, and then our spring calf searching offers us the ability to mark individual animals for monitoring on the landscape, mortality investigations, habitat use, home range, seasonal movements, etc. So we've got a lot of different options to do. And then like this bull in the picture here, his collar's been dead a couple years, but we're confirming he's still alive on the landscape, moving with cows, being a productive part of that herd. So it's really, really important to do when we move forward. So kind of when it comes down to the population model and the quota projections, our Office of Applied Science works closely with field staff to create those projections that we use when using different discussion points. So with that, next slide, please. So when we meet, the Elk Advisory Committee, similar to other species committees in the state, we have a mixture of agency staff, internal and external, stakeholder groups and other conservation NGOs that meet a couple times a year at minimum to discuss elk management in the state of Wisconsin. So we met this past spring here with the common goal looking at our population models and projection. Moving forward, we want to hit harvest objectives as defined here. So the first one, if you'll go ahead and click as I finish talking about these, to maintain the bull to cow ratio of 40 to 100 bulls on the landscape. So this is extremely important because eastern elk that we see kind of east of the Mississippi, this is a common bull to cow ratio, as we tend to have smaller populations of elk compared to western elk. We want to increase the total bull population across the board. So this is an annual year-to-year objective we want to hit. With the growing herd, with our growing cow population, we want to make sure that our bull population follows suit. You know, they might not raise at the same ratio, obviously previously identified with the 40 to 100, but we do want that to increase. Additionally, we want to increase the mature bull cohort of our population. So this is important from multiple aspects, you know, both from a hunting side of things, Hunters want to pursue a once in a lifetime, try to have the chance to take a bull of their liking, but also from a non-hunting recreational standpoint. So a matriarch, cow with her big harem and having a dominant herd bull is a very, very popular thing on our landscape when it comes to non-hunting recreation as well. And then lastly, we want to maintain a 10% population growth over a 2-year period. So this is important because we want to stay with our population growth. We know that our endpoint goal for a population is down the road, and we want to continue moving towards that while still offering opportunity to our hunters. So the Elk Advisory Committee completed a lengthy discussion on the previous harvest opportunities, projections of the April quota, and herd issues, concerns, as well as non-hunting recreation. The Elk Advisory Committee unanimously supported an April quota within the Clam Lake elk range. 50% or 4 of the quota to go to DNR licensed hunters, and the Ojibwa tribal hunters having the opportunity to declare up to 50% or the other full bull portion of the harvest. No harvest within the Black River elk range is recommended for the 2023 season, and this was endorsed by our wildlife leadership team. So with that, I'll go ahead and take questions.
Any questions for Josh? Sandy, go ahead.
Just out of curiosity, as you know, it's about that time that we're looking at setting those deer numbers too. Just wondering what impact are we seeing that same impact that we're seeing with deer on the landscape to the habitat? Are we seeing that with elk, and they're competing for the same resources? How is the elk population in the northern herd impacting the deer population? Do we have any information on that?
Yeah, so we don't have any studies where we've seen that. So elk are primarily a grazing species, a lot more ground forage during the kind of summer non-winter months. So we don't see a lot of impact in that side of things. Elk also browse at different levels than deer. So when they're moving through the woods, they're foraging. They do kind of hit different levels, so that leaves available forage for deer on that landscape as well. The other thing that we see quite frequently with elk that isn't quite as obvious or regular in the deer we see in northern Wisconsin is a vastly larger home range. So these elk are moving somewhere in the ballpark of 20 to 25 square miles in distance, and they can pick up and move overnight. We typically don't see deer move those great distances while they still have home ranges that are fairly local. The elk pick up and go to a different place. So they don't tend to continuously graze in the same places.
And just to follow up, I did hear from several people in the Marengo area that, the elk are moving into that the hayland there over winter and causing some issues. What does the department do for those folks? What assistance is available?
Yeah, so thank you for bringing that up. I worked very closely with Ashland County Conservation this winter to implement our damage and abatements claims program within Ashland County, as well as multiple other counties across the elk range. So much like all other species that we have that are covered by the damage and abatement claims program, we use either county or USDA staff as well as DNR staff to implement abatement needs necessary. I know Matt, the Ashland County Conservation specialist, him and I talk quite frequently, and we're working on continuing to update his tools available to him for elk abatement. We do have another location. So while you brought this up, Sandra, I wanted to emphasize this as well. We work very closely with the farmers seeing that damage. We did have a farm that I think some folks here in Russ County are aware of that was seeing significant damage the last couple of years. That group at one point in time was about up to 40 animals. We've since reduced it to about 8, moving 32 animals in a 2-year time frame to other locations within the elk range. So that farmer has been great to work with, and we want to make sure that everyone's got the ability to see elk within the elk range, but also keep it at a level that that's sustainable for everyone.
Thank you.
Marcy?
Please. First on that similar issue, I'm not sure where to look with you being on camera. Honest people, I'm looking at a TV here. It's on this TV. Josh, the issue of habitat management has come up a number of times, and a couple years ago, I think it was a couple years now, that the elk management plan, and we talked about the need to expand habitat availability, but then it gets into these conflicts. I think I saw in the Ho-Chunk Nation newsletter that the Ho-Chunk Nation Natural Resources staff was doing a great deal of work on habitat management for the elk in the southern herd. Can you just expand on that of what the department's doing, how you work together, where the focus is there?
Yeah, no, that's a great point to bring up, Marcy. So, you know, obviously we manage the elk from a statewide level, but we've got a ton of partners within both ranges that do regular habitat work. So Marcy brought up the Ho-Chunk Nation. They work very intimately with the Central Range staff. Ho-Chunk has lands that they do elk management on, as well as assisting with department lands with our staff down there. Also the Jackson County Forestry Department, Forestry and Recreation Department. They're avidly coming forward with grant proposals and completing projects for elk habitat work within the county forest. It's no different up here in the north. We work very closely with our county forest partners up here, primarily Rusk and Sawyer counties, as they have the majority of the land types. Price County is actually implementing a new project on their county forest. And then we've got DNR land ownership on primarily the Flambeau River State Forest, small wildlife area, Kimberly-Clark wildlife area. And then the U.S. Forest Service works very, very close with us as they are a majority landowner in the northern portion of the forest. So one thing that's been really cool in the north here, we have the Good Neighbor Authority going on. So active timber logging, we're focusing on a little bit larger cuts in the elk area to reduce any type of timber damage, but also provide bigger blocks of forage throughout that time frame. Additionally, we're implementing prescribed burning at a lot higher rate. So both the U.S. Forest Service and DNR staff have been implementing kind of the open ground habitat, large opening landscape burns on U.S. Forest Service property, on Sawyer County Forest property, and on the Flambeau River State Forest. So prior to about 2 years ago, the Flambeau River State Forest had not executed a prescribed burn on the 93,000 acres, I believe that property is. Within the last 3 years, I believe we've executed somewhere in the ballpark of 12 wildlife burns, or wildlife and silvicultural burns, to enhance primarily forage materials, oak stands and or grass opening complexes. So we're executing more than we had in the past, knowing that we do have more elk on the landscape, and we want to keep them within the core parts of our ranges, you know, where the nuisance concern factor goes down.
Okay, and I assume all of that helps the overall system as well. It's not specific to
Correct.
Okay, great. And then just a clarification on your goals, the cow to bull ratio, and then the increase in the number of bulls. Just give us a better understanding of why the stakeholders and the staff would recommend harvesting bulls if the number of bulls is not seeing an increase.
Yep. So that's again a point of clarification, a point of discussion at the Elk Advisory Committee is really breaking it down. Where is that surplus? We know that elk are harem breeders. One bull can service many cows. So we want to find that line between long-term growth, which goes with the bull to cow ratio, enough bulls to service the cows on the landscape, and enough bulls to replace those that may be lost either through natural mortality or through hunter mortality. So what we ended up doing is having that discussion and trying to find that breaking point of surplus bull with the ability to increase that bull population, both from a mature and a total bull standpoint. So that was kind of that discussion. I don't know if that answered your question, but finding that surplus number that we felt comfortable with for hunter opportunity and yet general recreation and herd growth.
Okay, well, I guess genetic diversity would come in there too, but
Correct.
I think I follow. And weren't there a couple that were shot? I don't know if they were bulls or cows during the whitetail season.
Yeah, so in the fall of 2022, we did lose a couple elk down in the central zone to non-legal harvest. Those were cows, or yes, I believe they were both cows.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Other questions or comments?
Just one more.
Sandy, go ahead.
So I'm not sure where to look either. I have nothing to look at, but you guys, hi. With the cuts that are potentially happening with the wildlife program, will openings maintenance, will that affect the elk program at all? Or are we really rely on our partners, it sounds like. So is there any impact on that?
Yeah, so obviously, as you guys are aware, the wildlife program itself is taking some cuts, much like all of us. But the unique thing that we have, and I had showed the slide of the 140,000 applicants over the last 5 years. So 7 out of every $10 that goes with that application fee is earmarked to go to elk management, monitoring, and research within the state of Wisconsin. So that has created a pot of money that we can use on our properties or our projects, as well as work with some of our partners within the elk range to implement those types of projects. We also have the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation, which has it's called the PAC grant, the Project Allocation Committee. And Rocky Mountain comes to the state of Wisconsin with somewhere between about $75,000 and $100,000 annually to do projects within the state of Wisconsin for elk management. So the Department of Natural Resources, as well as our partners, put in projects there as well. So as of right now, we feel that we're pretty sustainable moving forward. And ultimately, both from a Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation standpoint and an internal DNR standpoint, we're really playing on the hunting as conservation card, because what we can do with the money raised by our hunters is supporting our elk herd.
Thank you.
Other questions? I have one for you, Josh. We've got reports this year of winter severity indexes real high up in the northwest and northern parts of the state. Some of the northern herd range overlaps with that area that's experienced a severe winter. Have you gained any insights as to how elk are navigating a tough winter in Wisconsin?
Yeah, so great question, Chairman Smith. This is one of those years that really created discussion at our elk advisory committee meeting. And one of the reasons that we wanted to remain with the 8 bull quota was the uncertainty at what point winter starts impacting elk. So in 2013, 2014, we saw significant impacts to our calf class, as well as our adult cows health-wise, and those yearling animals on the landscape. We're not experiencing the same amount this year, but we did have one calf, we did confirm died of malnutrition over winter, as well as a couple other animals that look to be lightly compromised from other factors that ultimately succumb in early spring here. So there are some concerns, and at the Elk Advisory Committee meeting, we had recommended that Office of Applied Sciences start looking into correlations between the winter severity index and our elk population. So that's something moving forward, we want to try to find a correlation factor. Kind of at what point do we start seeing that impact long-term with elk?
Okay, thank you. And then one other question. A couple of years ago, when there was discussion about an update to the management plan for elk, there were some issues about communication down in the central herd with some of the stakeholders in that elk expansion down there. Could you comment on that? Is there a pressing need for an update to the management plan, and how's the communications going?
Yeah, so I can speak to the communication side real briefly. So I spoke earlier of the Elk Advisory Committee, our group of agency partners, external partners, and other stakeholders. So last summer, we invited the Wisconsin Cranberry Growers Association, the Wisconsin Farm Bureau Federation, and the U.S. Department of Agriculture. We extended a seat offer to which all three of those agencies accepted and put a member of their group onto our Elk Advisory Committee. So all three of those individuals have been active the last two Elk Committee meetings, including this quota meeting process. For any other updates on the management plan, I'd ask that the board allow Eric Lobner to step up and talk to that side of things.
Eric. Thank you, Josh. Welcome, Eric.
Chair Smith.
Do we have a management update in our future?
We do have an update to our management plan coming up in the future, Secretary Payne as well. Yeah, we've been working on following the last discussions that occurred at the board meeting. We've been having a whole variety of different conversations. As Josh mentioned, we added a number of new members to the advisory committee. It was a great addition, getting that local perspective from the agricultural community, both the row crops as well as cranberry growers. Working with those groups, having those conversations. We've also had a number of staff. We've been going out in that central herd meeting with all of the cranberry growers that fall within the new boundary that we had proposed. We've also been talking very closely with the Ho-Chunk Nation and talking through some questions that they have, as well as the Jackson County Wildlife Fund. So we're working through those issues and hope to be bringing that management plan back forward here in the relatively near future.
All right. Sounds like good progress. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Any other questions on elk?
Thank you, Josh.
Thank you
Okay,
all.
let's move along to our next item. Thanks, Josh. Next item is 6E, Wisconsin Water Quality Trading Clearinghouse. Adrian Stocks, Water Quality Program Director. Welcome, Adrian.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Smith, member of the Natural Resources Board, Secretary Payne. I'm Adrian Stocks, the Water Quality Program Director. I'm here today to discuss as an informational item, the Water Quality Trading Clearinghouse, newly minted here in Wisconsin. So I thought it would be helpful to back up just a little bit so we can get some of the context here and how we've arrived at the Trading Clearinghouse. It's important to note that 2010 Wisconsin adopted statewide phosphorus criteria. These criteria were adopted because it was widely recognized that phosphorus in surface waters has long been the primary factor contributing to those nutrient pollution concerns such as harmful algal blooms. We are somewhat fortunate in Wisconsin to have adopted these criteria in order to address some of those nutrient pollution concerns. What this means for us is, as we're implementing these criteria, wastewater treatment plants, industrial municipal facilities get permit limits. So typically with meeting these permit limits, it often requires increased effluent treatment requirements. Many cases, those effluent limits are set to criteria. So we're talking levels at 0.075 micrograms per liter. Pretty low limits, and meeting those lower phosphorus limits often typically requires costly tertiary filtration. That's as we did an analysis in 2015, it was recognized that installing those tertiary treatment systems can cause municipal sewer rates to double or triple. It can also potentially cause some discharging industries to close or relocate. As part of that, we recognized that it was important to develop alternative compliance options in order to meet those phosphorus criteria. What's more is, as we look across the state holistically, oftentimes in many of our watersheds, the point source contribution of nutrient pollution is dwarfed really by non-point source contributions. So some of those regulatory flexibilities that were developed to reduce the economic burden, to make the phosphorus regulations more manageable for our dischargers was one, water quality trading. The department developed a water quality trading program. It's been in existence for nearly a decade. It is what I would consider probably one of the more fully developed and mature water quality trading programs within the nation. I think it's helpful to know we do get invited often to travel across the different meetings, symposia, that sort of thing, to discuss with other states how Wisconsin has worked up a water quality trading program. It's often touted by EPA as well for its successes. Additionally, we have adaptive management. That's a little bit different. This is a longer term effort to achieve the criterion in the receiving water. We also have the multi-discharge variance, somewhat similar to work in the watershed. You have to make incremental reductions in your discharges, but then also offset some of that by typically funding a county conservation district to do non-point practices in order to continue to reduce some of the non-point sources. We also have individual variances. So those are all things the department has in existence. However, moving on to water quality trading specifically. So what is it? This is really trading of pollution reduction credits that most often involves non-point source. Point source is trading with non-point source phosphorus reductions. So basically a buyer with high pollutant control costs can mitigate those costs and through addressing lower cost pollution sources. Credits are expressed as a mass of pounds per year. Those are incorporated into our WPDS permits to allow them to discharge above their effluent limits. And should be known that water quality trades typically are required to occur within the same water body. Now, moving on to the difficulties with trading is there are some challenges, I think. Oftentimes these point sources have to find willing landowners to install the non-point practices. There is a certain complexity in quantifying those pollutant reductions because that's done through modeling. And sometimes it's not always politically viable. So spending municipal dollars to address your treatment plant permit requirements oftentimes isn't appetizing to spend outside of that municipality in the non-point arena. However, despite that, we've had a lot of firms within Wisconsin who have engaged with the trading program, have learned the ins and outs of it, have partnered with land conservation districts, and have overcome these challenges. And to date, we've got 55 successful trades implemented within our WPDS permits. As we look ahead, we see there's potential for up to probably 300 trades across our universe of permittees. As far as the water quality trade clearinghouse concept, 2019 Act 151, which was enacted on March 3rd of 2020, stipulated that the department and DOA to work to develop a clearinghouse that creates a system for buying and selling water pollution credits through a central clearinghouse. It defined those essential functions of the clearinghouse, including producing credits by contracting with parties to reduce pollution, maintaining that bank of credits, selling those credits to credit users, determining the amount of credits produced by pollution reduction activities, stipulating the department would verify those credits that are generated, and then establishing and maintaining a centralized registry and internet-based platform. So through the procurement process, a competitive process was used to select the clearinghouse entity. The proposal development team included DOA, DNR, DATCAP to work to develop a request for proposal. They convened regular meetings through 2021 and 2022. Then after receiving those proposals, a scoring committee was convened to score all the proposals. We also brought in 2 additional experts to the team representing regulated community and environmental groups. That was Wisconsin League of Municipalities and Wisconsin Green Fire. The proposals were evaluated, and the proposal from RES, which is the Resource Environmental Solutions LLC, was selected as the clearinghouse. The Wisconsin Clearinghouse was registered to do business in the state of Wisconsin on December 21st, 2021. They are a wholly owned subsidiary of Resource Environmental Solutions. Resource Environmental Solutions is a large company. They have 31 operational hubs, 900 staff across the country. It is the largest ecological restoration company nationwide. From their language on their website, they have a mantra focused on restoring resilient earth for a modern world. And RES supports the public and private sector with solutions for environmental mitigation, stormwater and water quality, and climate and flooding resilience. As sort of another note, they purchased Applied Ecological Services out of Broadhead as part of this effort. And the department had worked previously to that with that consulting firm, and they had developed several successful trades already. So that was encouraging that they had purchased that company who had some experience with the Wisconsin trading program. So RES really, or Wisconsin Clearinghouse, hit the ground running. This is a slide that shows just a screenshot of their homepage. By the time the contract was awarded, they had this up and running. And what's important here to note, I think, is really the tagline they have on here is simplifying water quality trading in Wisconsin. I think that is a real benefit. Although we've had successes in it, it's, as I mentioned earlier, there can be challenges for small municipalities to develop successful trades that typically requires contracting with a consulting engineering firm, et cetera. The idea of the clearinghouse is to really simplify that. That can bring together credit generators, credit users, commoditize it in a way, and really Wisconsin Clearinghouse will take care of many of the paperwork activities, et cetera, in between those users and generators. So what can the clearinghouse accomplish? Again, this provides a funding avenue for landowners looking to reduce non-point source pollution. That to me is a very important part of this. You know, as we're looking at adopting innovative practices, there's still a bottom line concern for things that might be non-conventional for some folks. And this does provide a funding avenue for them to adopt some of those practices that we recognize can have a significant positive impact on the conditions of our waters. Plus, there's more flexibility, perhaps more nimble than some of the non-point source grant programs, which often focus on some harder practices. This provides greater landowner compensation when warranted. And the transaction elements are market-based, meaning we should see invisible hand of the market economy, move those in the direction of their value. What's more, efforts focused on the holistic watershed restoration here, rather than the intensive end of pipe treatment, has ancillary benefits beyond just reducing those nutrient pollutants, including reduction of carbon, habitat improvement, groundwater protection. I think the list goes on there. And clearly the reduced compliance costs for some of our WPDS permit holders, which is a concern as we see small communities, aging populations, declining populations within those communities, to ask them to invest substantial amounts of money for what is an incremental reduction in a phosphorus discharge from their effluent pipe is difficult, and can be very expensive for them. What's more is we see that oftentimes a dollar spent on the landscape is worth far more than a dollar spent end of pipe at a treatment plant. And that's an important consideration here. And also we'll see fewer water quality standards variances in the long run. So some next steps here, where we're at, DNR staff, our staff are currently working with the clearinghouse to establish a template contract that can be used for the credit users and credit generators. Those are the types of things that would outline the processes both for how they can be bought and sold, the assurances that some of the users would have from the generators to ensure that they are indemnified when they purchase these credits, and more details within that contract. Additionally, we're fielding some questions and working back and forth with the clearinghouse as they're proposing different trades, sort of learning all the nuances of the trading program. And as of yet, the first trade is still forthcoming, but I think we're getting close on that. I think it's important to note here that the credit verification package that the clearinghouse submits as they're generating credits comes through us. We check it against our policies for what truly constitutes a generation of a credit. Make sure it's there. That verification package would also include such things as the audit inspection schedule to ensure that the practices that were promised are installed, that they're maintained. Now, the clearinghouse would do some of those inspections, but we would also go out and inspect their inspections, make sure that, you know, they did get installed as they were proposed to be installed. And then there's the continuing work as this gets up and running, that we would look to sort of renew the contract in the future, I think. So that was most of the presentation. I did want to just sort of share that to us, we recognize this is one tool in the toolbox. This doesn't solve all of our problems. It does have the benefit, though. I think what I think is it provides some exposure for adoption of many of these practices where we struggle to achieve some of the non-point reductions that we really want to get to. We've been pretty successful addressing point sources, you know, through trading, through treatment plan upgrades, et cetera. But the idea to have this, I think, can catalyze the adoption of some of the landscape practices that can really sort of move us forward and help improve our water resources. So with that, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Questions? Paul, and then Sharon.
You said there were 55 deals that have already been done.
Yeah.
Now, are these typically done with farmers taking land out of production? These are corn and soybean fields, and they're changing them to prairie or grasslands?
Yeah, some of them go that way. A lot of them really are stream bank stabilization projects. We see those pretty often.
So they stop the phosphorus before it gets into the.
Yep, and so like buffer strips, those types of things, cropping practices, those soft practices, you can get credits for no-till cover crops, those things. So it sort of runs a range of different practices. I think by and large, we see probably the largest subscription is to probably stream bank stabilization, because many times the engineering firms are sort of familiar with those types of, you know.
And the compensation so far has just been the cost of the project, or is there an annual payment to the farmer to maintain these, or how?
Yes.
How is that?
Yep. So that's how.
At what level are they compensated?
Yeah, and so it varies, and a lot of that I don't have the information on how much they've sort of received for doing some of these. We've seen some trades as well that have worked out that a particular industry might just buy property that was row cropped and convert that to perennial vegetation, and then utilize the credits that were generated from that conversion to meet their permit limits.
Do these variances and trades apply just for existing industry, or if a new industry is going to start up and have be a source of point source pollution, are they eligible to mitigate their phosphorus output by buying these credits? Or is it only for existing industry?
The way it's been applied up to now has been just for existing facilities. And that's really probably a function of we don't see a lot of new facilities that come into operation. I think it depends on where that facility is going to be located, on whether or not there is, if they're going to locate themselves in an area that's under a restoration plan and discharge from impaired water, you know, they will have to likely pursue either a treatment plant that is below the criteria, that has a discharge below the criteria, or they will have to offset that discharge with something like a trade that would improve that water quality. So it would be likely lower than the criteria.
Do the plans include lawn fertilizing in these villages and golf courses? They also.
Yeah, I'm not aware that we've utilized those as potential trades. I'm not sure. It wouldn't be possible,
You know,
but
do they have to have levels of, are they subject to a nutrient management plan, I guess?
Yeah,
as farmers are.
No, I don't think so directly, except through urban runoff. That could be an opportunity there. So there are avenues, things like where they do leaf collection, those types of activities can generate credits through preventing just urban runoff. And so potentially activities like that might be eligible. I'm not sure I've ever considered that in particular. We could get you an answer on that.
Your auditing process, does it ensure that the final, that these mitigation efforts are effective?
Right.
And so how are they applied?
Yeah, so we would, it's quantified through modeling on how many credits would be generated. And what's important on the water quality trading, there is uncertainty in that modeling. So based on that, we use trade ratios. So it's not pound for pound. So if you're going to try to generate a pound of phosphorus reduction, you actually have to generate a little bit more. So that is that safety factor and the uncertainty within that modeling. Now, we've had some experience in going out and analyzing the, if the practices were installed correctly, if they're being maintained. The modeling is pretty strong, I think, and we're experienced on that. And we would utilize those types of inspection activities in order to ensure that they were generating the credits that we're committed to.
Okay, Sharon, you had a question?
I do. Paul has raised some of them. I wanted to understand. First of all, this is really, to me, an innovation.
Mhm.
And your point well taken about watershed changing versus pipeline.
Right.
And is interesting. I think I'm a bit in the details, but heaven is also found there often.
Mhm.
So like an urban area or other areas that have utilities, how does this play into that, if at all?
Yeah, well, it really depends. If you mean like the publicly owned treatment works. So, there's a sort of I would say a spectrum of those that have already settled on a compliance option. Some of them have upgraded. And so right now they installed that tertiary filtration. They spent the money on upgrading their mechanical system in order to filter out the phosphorus and the nutrients that are being discharged. So they're going to move forward with that. Others may pursue adaptive management. And then, there are still a subset of those that have yet to determine what their final compliance alternative will be. And so it would be those facilities that could, subscribe to the clearinghouse, try to get credits through that, and meet their limits through that water quality trade.
Or could it be a hybrid?
Certainly, yep. Yep. Yeah, so, if they make incremental reductions, optimize the plant, they can get so far down, but not quite get that permit limit. They could trade off for what they just simply can't get without, installing some expensive tertiary filtration system.
I have a follow-up question or comment, which is when you mentioned new industries, there are new industries that are coming on. And as you're modeling, are you pinpointing some of them?
Yeah, so when we have a facility that wants to start up a discharge within Wisconsin, it really is important. We look at where that discharge outfall will be.
Okay.
And so what happens, it's very dependent on what their receiving water is, how this would impact them. Again, like I said, if it's discharging to a water that's already impaired, that's under a TMDL, there is specifications within our administrative code that they have to come under that criterion in order to discharge there, because we don't want it to be further impaired.
Okay.
But so it's really dependent on where the outfall will be located.
And my final question for now is really back to the contract. 5 years can go by so fast.
Yes.
So how will the board be informed of the process going forward?
That's a great question. I had written in my notes that in probably 3.5 years, we will be back with DOA sort of putting out that proposal again to see if, if there is other bidders for the clearinghouse. We could certainly make the board aware of that when we do.
Okay, thank you.
Jim, go ahead.
Yeah, just a point of clarification on 2 quick questions. Paul, you asked about lawn fertilizers. In Wisconsin, at least. Phosphorus can't be applied to lawns in Wisconsin. Unless you've got a soil test that says you really need it. And most lawns don't need it. And when you go to go to wherever you get your lawn fertilizer, if you look at the analysis, They don't have fertilizer or phosphorus in them. So.
I'm a
that's-
farmer, so I don't fertilize my lawn.
Because you know you don't need to. But yeah, I guess the people are very confused about
thank you.
that. But then for Adrian, and this has been great, and I'm excited about where this could go. I think it's going to inform water quality issues in the state, specifically related to agriculture, beyond just the trading. Because I think the BMPs are going to be similar. We're going to find out what works and what doesn't work, and this is, I think, going to help. Especially, it sounds like there's going to be a good verification process. I'm very interested in that. But what are will you see as like the typical length of a contract with a farmer? I mean, is it for 1 year, 5 years? What's the length of the contract?
Well, it is hard to know, but I would think we're still working on that contract language. But there is certainly benefit there, 5-year permit terms. And it would make sense to me that if you were a credit user, you would want to enter into a contract that takes care of you for that whole permit. And so at a minimum, I would think you'd want a contract from your generator that would exist for 5 years. Now, I can't say, I mean, there might be other ways, and perhaps the clearinghouse has enough within, their sort of bank to say, hey, this one's going to run out, but you can get another one, and so I think the answer could vary, but that would be my initial sort of
right,
suspicion.
longer the better in my book, but
Mhm.
yes, I think that makes a lot of sense. Thanks. And then you mentioned in your presentation that these transactions are market-based. Could you just explain that a little bit?
Right, so the Wisconsin Clearinghouse is developed, there's a fee that you would pay to them to develop this. And then obviously they have to, if you wanted to use the credits, you would pay into the clearinghouse. They have a fee structure based that on their administrative costs, et cetera. And then clearly they have to have some pass through that would go to the generators. And so I think it would be, a combination of those things that would end up setting that final price per pound, if you will. I'm not sure where that's going to land yet. And I think it would depend on, essentially if there's a whole surplus of these things that, if you would go down kind of a supply and demand, but I'm not sure what it might be at the very end.
Right. And so the way this would really work is if you were, let's say you're a farmer and your phosphorus runoff was perhaps a bit elevated over the average, let's say, you'd probably be in a better position to get a trade because you could apply some practice that would drop you down. So in other words, you have to sin to be saved, in other words. But if you were a farmer that was already doing a really good job, it'd be tougher for you. to
That's
actually
true.
Make a trade.
Yep.
Good point.
Although, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, just to say that's I think it's important to try to bring down, these levels of phosphorus, and I think this can do that.
Mhm.
But it does miss, and I think and this is tough, but it does miss the fact that we've got a lot of firms that are doing a really good job, and they're doing so at a competitive disadvantage, if you will, because there is a cost there.
Yeah.
So I do believe this is going to be really good. But I think we should keep that in mind, that there are in the broader sweep of non-point protection, that we're going to have to try and keep the good customers that we've got and recognize that.
Yeah, and that's an important point too. And so, I mean, on that, there is an awareness that we can't have a buffer strip that's removed and then they come in and claim to put it back in to get credit for it. And so we're aware of that as a potential, issue there. And so there is sort of analysis done on what's been there in the past. And so, it's trying to address that very point. And then also, I think, right, it is, going to be a challenge if you're already doing a good job. I guess it doesn't necessarily, work as well for you. But we would hope then you're recognizing some of those cost savings from reduced cost of inputs, et cetera, preserving your soil, all those things, but.
Thank you.
Incentives.
Yeah.
And another quick follow-up, excellent questions, excellent discussion, and really appreciated all the presentations today. So my compliments. You mentioned that we're still in the process of developing a template agreement, and I was thinking with our experience with the county land conservation departments and that we've done some of this trading in the past. Did we have a agreement that we utilized with them that can make this process relatively efficient? And then also, have we had some pretty good lessons learned with our work with the county land conservation departments that we can apply to this going forward to make sure it's even better?
Yeah, those are excellent points, Secretary Payne. And I think you're right. The staff that have been working with the clearinghouse have been utilizing some of those, the past agreements that we've used. I think some of those experiences are coming into that. And I think, there's still some, a little bit different because it's a third party private entity, not a government regulation, regulatory agency. But I think they're making progress based on those things you mentioned.
Okay, Marcy.
You knew you weren't getting off with four of the conservation department people on this discussion. Thank you for the presentation. Thank you for my briefing. On the slide, there's potential for 300 more to participate. Would we, or would you and scientists among you be able to calculate what would be gained or improved in phosphorus reduction in that model? If we multiply 300 times 5 pounds or something like that, has that been done, or can we find out if that's going to be done?
It would be a challenge. I mean, I think we could look at it. Okay, so how much would be needed to be reduced in order to meet those 300 facility discharge limits? So we'd have that number. Now, the number of pounds that might be generated from some of the credit installation or the practice installation, we could also model that, and this would be, it would vary depending on the particular practice because the trade ratios vary depending on what you're installing. So you could get sort of a ballpark on that. But again, it might miss both, the further reductions beyond what the model predicted. So potentially we would estimate that low. But I think we could come close to it. It would still be somewhat of a ballpark guess. I would say.
Yeah, I guess what I'm getting at is can we, when we use the word trading, it concerns me because it's like we're just moving stuff around and it's going into different places. So do we get a true water quality improvement would be the goal, obviously, but how are we going to prove that happened?
Yeah. We will certainly get that water quality improvement because those trades will reduce that amount of nutrient pollution being discharged. And what's important is, there is limitations without a regulatory driver to address the now point. So this can get to some of those sources, which have, up to now, somewhat difficult to address because there's limited options for those out of, voluntary compliance, the types of, cost share, the other trim grant programs, those types of things that we can use and been successful. The producer-led groups have been tremendously successful in adopting practices that really impact that. But at the end of the day, these trades have to comply with the Clean Water Act as well, which does require that there is a reduction in those phosphorus pollutants. And so there will be an improvement in the water quality, from an empirical basis. But to be able to be observed, I'm not certain we could say that all of the wastewater treatment plants meeting their phosphorus limits will demonstrate immediately the improvements that we need, because we do have to look holistically, both point and non-point. And that's when really we can start to realize those improvements. But I think what's important here is, I just think to give exposure to the practices, to really sort of catalyze adoption generally, sort of take away some of the risk on the innovative part of it. I think that's what can really help us too, as part of this program.
Right, yeah, and he's gone, so I get
The chair recognizes.
recognizes the vice chair. So with that, and again, I know we got off topic a bit in our discussion, but the those of us that have been talking about this for many years, it is nice to see the potential for something new that brings that economic portion and the incentives into play. But we can't help but learn from the past that if we don't do it long enough, we don't get the benefits. And if we have people doing the right thing, we're not incentivizing to continue to do the right thing. And I just hope that in the list of participants that you have, that we continue to look to our friends at UW-Cal's. There's a Coon Creek watershed study that's been done in our area. A lot of it is historic phosphorus that keeps getting exposed. You know, we get these flood events and it's just incredible. So I just don't want to lose that kind of technology side of it, that we could do more. And then again, back to the conservation departments, it's great to see them on the list. But I think spreading them too thin in too many programs, and doesn't this sound like a retired WLCA director? That we also have to be able to find a way to install the practices that the agriculture community doesn't necessarily do it alone when they lay out. And there's all these other entities that we could cooperate with. And we also talked about getting the word out.
Yes.
You know, the treatment plants, the utilities are the ones that are now getting the word out. We also need to get the word out to the agricultural community or other landowners, whatever the answer is to who else can participate, because we may find out that there's a cooperative effort where a neighborhood of, even if they don't put phosphorus on their lawn, you and I can talk about that. I don't know if it's true for golf courses or not too. The lakes in Madison are green already, so. Yeah, I know. We'll talk about that.
Golfing is not on the agenda today.
I know. But it's an economic driver. That all of those things kind of coming together could really make a difference and really get the attention that's needed for some innovative approaches. So I really do appreciate it. I'm supportive of it, and I hope we get an update in less than 3 years.
Sounds good.
Thank you. They were scared when you handed that.
They shouldn't be. Any further comments or questions for Adrian? Very interesting discussion. Thank you, Adrian.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Adrian. So I have a question for the board. It's noon. That's typically the time we break for lunch. We're well into the agenda, so I just want to check and see what your preferences are.
Keep going.
We keep rolling or do we break free? Okay, well then we'll keep rolling, but why don't we take maybe a 5-minute break now before we dig into CWD and board members matters? Take a break. We'll resume at roughly 5 after. Okay, we'll call the meeting back into session, and our next item on the agenda is 6F. An update on the 2022 CWD season. And that will be Jasmine Batten. Jasmine, Wildlife Health Section Supervisor, welcome.
Thank you. And I guess it's afternoon now, I think. So good afternoon, Chair Smith, Secretary Payne, other members of the board. As mentioned, I'm Jasmine Batten. I am the Wildlife Health Section Supervisor for the Wildlife Bureau. I will share that I just joined the department back in August of 2022. So just last year, thrilled to be back in my home state of Wisconsin after working in Missouri for 9 years with the Missouri Department of Conservation in their wildlife health program, doing a lot of chronic waste and disease work there as well. So today I'm going to share with you an overview of the 2022 CWD season, as well as spend just a little bit of time talking about some next steps and what the next upcoming season in the next couple years are going to look like. So to start, I thought it would be a good idea to just give a little bit of background on the history of chronic waste and disease in Wisconsin. The story of CWD is quite complicated. We could spend a whole lot of time on this, but for today, I just wanted to highlight a few significant events that have happened in the timeline, and particularly those that have impacted our CWD response in the state. So in early 2002, Wisconsin did confirm CWD in the state for the first time when 3 deer in Dane County were confirmed positive for the disease. Kind of a somber anniversary, but it is notable that we're 21 years since that detection. So we are entering our third decade of chronic waste and disease response in the state. And certainly a lot has changed in that time in terms of our understanding of the disease and the actual disease course in the landscape. But one thing that remains solid is our acknowledgement and recognition that CWD really is one of the most significant and largest challenges that we face in wildlife management today. So from 2002 to 2008, the biggest component of our response was our agency sharpshooting efforts. So there was an initial aggressive response where we established disease eradication zones, liberalized harvest, and then did have that sharpshooting program. The program was ended in 2008. After some decreasing public support for those efforts. That kind of marked a new chapter in our CWD story. And in 2010, the 15-year CWD response plan was approved by the Natural Resources Board. And that is the response plan that we are currently operating under today. In 2011, there was legislative action that removed Ernebuck and then also the option for an October antlerless hunt. So in terms of CWD response, that was a significant harvest management tool removed from the toolbox, so to speak. In 2012, the Deer Trustee Report was released, a number of recommendations that changed CWD response, in particular deer management for our state. And then in 2015, one notable event that happened was electronic registration was implemented. And the reason that was significant is that changed our framework and approach for actually collecting samples. So back in the days of in-person check stations, it was pretty effortless in terms of getting our staff to the hunters to collect those samples. And with electronic registration, we went into a new era of having to find new ways to collect those samples. So what I'm showing here is just a graph of the total CWD samples analyzed each year over time. And as you'll see, the numbers have fluctuated from year to year. That fluctuation has been an artifact of a number of factors, including current priorities and responses, leadership decisions, as well as available resources. But one thing that I would like to share about sampling generally, sampling has been an important component of CWD response, but it's really just one part of the puzzle. Sampling has a number of different goals, including meeting hunter service testing needs, detecting the disease in new areas, as well as monitoring changes in the disease over time. And the other notable thing when I look at this graph that I think about is what a significant data set Wisconsin has been able to contribute to CWD nationally. So really, this is the most extensive data set in terms of CWD sampling. And there's a lot of information that we're still to date learning about the disease from the hard work that's been done here in the state. And then finally, before I move into our 2022 accomplishments, I'm sharing with you an overview of CWD detections in the state to date, just as kind of a snapshot of where we are and where we've landed in our 21 years of responding to the disease. I recognize that this is a bit of a busy map, so I'd like to just take a moment to walk you through and explain it. The shaded counties represent what we call CWD affected counties. So the lighter gray counties are counties that have had CWD detections, either in wild deer or farm raised deer. The darker counties are counties that have not had a detection yet, but are within 10 miles of a CWD detection. So designated as kind of watch counties where by proximity they're at higher risk for future CWD detections. The little dark squares, I believe, they probably look like splotches at this scale, but those are locations where we have had a confirmed detection of the disease in a wild deer. So you'll notice there's quite a gradient in terms of number across the state and in any given area. And then the colored shapes represent farm raised deer positive. So the circles being previous detections in deer farms that have since been populated, and the stars being facilities that are still populated today and have been detected or are CWD positive. So a few take homes from this map. We can say that in Southwest Wisconsin, we've seen significant growth in prevalence and distribution of the disease since it was first detected. To a lesser extent, but also in the Southeast region, we've had growth and expansion. And then, more recently, a number of new areas in the state with new detections. And final take home I'd like to share is that when you look at this map, I think it's important to consider that CWD is not equal across the landscape. We do know that it is a disease that tends to be clustered. It does have a predictable pattern of spread. So over time after introduction, it does grow slowly in the number of deer it infects and the area that it takes up. So moving on to the last year's CWD season. So 2022, all the information I'm going to share right now represents work that was done from April of last year through March of this year. So that's what we consider a CWD year or season. In total, over 17,000 deer were tested, wild deer, for chronic wasting disease. We were able to share with hunters 160 carcass disposal opportunities, which is a big component of CWD management, although certainly not the only important one. We did continue to promote awareness of our Go Wild CWD automation process. So this was first piloted in 2019. It's a tool where hunters can use the Go Wild app to actually submit their data that goes with their samples. So it was done in big part to aid efficiencies in our operations internally, but then also to ease convenience for some hunters. So last year we had about 17% of all sampled deer have their data submitted that way, and we're working to increase that number over time. Just a few other accomplishments to share. We were fortunate enough last year to receive USDA APHIS CWD funding with their CWD grant program. The awards that we had last year included $150,000 for our deer carcass disposal program, primarily to support our Adopt a Dumpster cost share program. And then additionally, we were awarded for a second project, $75,000 for a CWD communications grant, although I will note that we did ask for an extension on that grant, so we'll be using that money this year instead. The extension was needed just due to staffing turnover, but it is a good opportunity going into the season to reevaluate our CWD communication strategy, and we are right now looking at what our priorities for communication are for this next coming year. Okay, I wanted to spend a little bit of time going over what our sampling surveillance plan for this past year was and then what the results are. So what I'm showing you right now is a map of our 2022 statewide surveillance plan. The colors that you're looking at represent our priority sampling areas for this past season. The blue shading, the blue shaded counties represents areas where we were prioritizing ongoing disease surveillance in locations where we have had previous positives before. And then the grayish tannish color represents areas where we either have had lower sampling numbers to date or more recent detections and are still working to assess the status of the disease in the area. So one important note is that each year we do create this annual surveillance plan. We consider our current and future priorities and goals. We also consider what the surveillance results in the previous years were. So this past year, this decision to focus on these priority areas was following a 4-year statewide sweep where we did sampling more intensively across the whole state to better assess the status of the disease as we are today. So another thing that I really almost forgot to share, but it's incredibly important to our sampling efforts, is that we do offer sampling across the entire state, and I'll show in terms of opportunities for hunters. So we will accept a deer to be tested from anywhere for hunter service reasons. And I'll show a little bit more of that in a bit. Okay, so we tested 17,000 deer. What were the results? The map I'm showing you is depicting the total number of samples for the 2022 surveillance year. So the shading is a gradient. The darker the color, the more samples that were tested in that county. The darkest color represents counties where we tested over 750 deer throughout the county. The lightest color being counties where in 2022 we sampled less than 100 deer. I do want to note, though, that I humbly have to share an error on this map that I recognized this morning. Unfortunately, wasn't thrilled in my first board presentation to realize that there was an error on this map. But when this map was created, apparently a label got dropped, and that is in Richland County. So the darkest red county that does not have a number in. We unfortunately did not have 0 detections in that county. We did have 375 positive deer. So I just wanted to acknowledge that so there was no confusion. One of the important components of our sampling program is the testing turnaround time, something that's very important to a lot of our hunters to get those results quickly. The statewide testing turnaround time averaged 16.7 days for the 2022 season. That means the time from the receipt of the deer head or the sample till the lab is able to turn that time around. That is a decrease from 2021 when testing turnaround time was 19 days. That was a pretty big jump in turnaround time because of implications of COVID-19 and staffing concerns. So we are trending in the right direction. And I do have to acknowledge our partners over at the Wisconsin Vet Diagnostic Lab. They work really hard to accommodate this big volume of samples and turn them around to hunters as quickly as they're able. Talking about results. So the numbers in the counties, as I said, are the total CWD positives by county for the last season. And just wanted to point out a few notable detections. So we did have our first detections for the counties of Buffalo, Langlade, Wapaka, and Winnebago. So those were new wild deer detections. And then with the pink stars, you're seeing 2 counties where we had our initial CWD detections in farm raised deer, and that was Dodge and Lincoln County. So just wanted to point those out. In terms of how do we actually get these samples and what opportunities do hunters have to have their deer tested for 2022, we had 238 opportunities for hunters to get their deer sampled throughout the state. The map is just to make the point of the good distribution that we do have for those opportunities. And I will say that number represents kind of the peak of the season. So during the 9-day season, that's when all of our sampling opportunities are up and running. 175 of those locations were self-service kiosk locations. So locations open 24/7. A hunter can simply drop off a deer head or a sample that they've collected themselves without any interaction, a really convenient, easy option. And then 63 locations had either the opportunity to make an appointment with a wildlife biologist or be staffed and have a taxidermist or meat processor or other partner collect the sample. And those relationships with our partners are incredibly important for our sampling plan and will continue to be important components, particularly if or when sampling demand continues to increase over time. So as I said in the beginning, sampling is really, one component of our response plan. Another important component has in recent years has been efforts to increase deer disposal options for hunters and make that easier on them, as well as, try to mitigate some of the CWD spread in the state. Deer carcass parts are a known source of CWD spread. So moving carcasses and discarding them on the landscape is one route that the disease can spread to new areas. We were able to share with hunters a variety of disposal options for them across the state. There were advertised 136 dumpsters accepting deer carcass waste, 17 landfills accepting waste, and then 7 transfer stations. And so that's the total number, the minimum number of options that hunters had. There's certainly maybe other options, but this is everything that either we supported, we were in partnership with, or folks were willing to advertise this publicly as a location. And then just about wrapping up on sampling and disposal, I did want to highlight our Adopt a Kiosk and Adopt a Dumpster program. So these programs were initiated in 2018. These are opportunities for partners to step up and in various ways support the dumpster program or sampling kiosks. So for our dumpster program, this means that partners host a dumpster. We do have a cost share option, so they can choose to contribute $500 towards a dumpster. We do limit the number of cost share dumpsters across the state to be 3 per county, except for in counties where we have higher CWD prevalence. And in the Southwest Wisconsin, we do allow up to 5 dumpsters in that cost share program. The Adopt a Kiosk program is similar, kind of just what it sounds like, but there are varying levels of participation that partners can have. So they can do everything from take on the whole project, construct the kiosk, have it at their location, monitor it, collect the data, or simply host the kiosk, and then staff are still pretty involved in monitoring and picking up samples. This is an important program. It's served a couple purposes. It helps enhance the opportunities that hunters have to participate in CWD efforts. It's able to enhance our sample numbers where we need it. And then it's also a really great relationship building effort, and really has been a good communication and outreach tool for partners and the hunters that utilize these programs. So in conclusion, I just wanted to look ahead a little bit. So right now we're currently in the planning process for our 2023 season. Each year we do have an extensive review process, kind of an after action review, where we look to see where we can improve operations for the next year and increase efficiencies. During that time, we also consider the next year's surveillance plan. So starting in June here, our CWD operations team, that's the team that's responsible for all the nuances and all the ins and outs of the work that happens across the state for CWD, will start meeting regularly. But beyond, I want to talk a little bit about beyond this fall. So last year, about the same time last spring, we did share results of our second 5-year CWD response plan review. So as I mentioned in the beginning, we have a 15-year response plan. That is the guiding, the higher big picture guiding plan that lays out the goals and strategies for CWD response plan long term. And so when that plan was passed in 2010, it was designed to be reviewed every 5 years. So last year at the Spring Natural Resource Board hearing, the results of that review process were shared. The review process was extensive. It involved a stakeholder review committee. It involved a pretty innovative modeling project with the USGS National Wildlife Health Center, and it involved a structured decision-making process. Little bit out of the scope of the time we have today to really get into those results, but there's a lot of information out there on what those results were. After that process was completed, there have been a number of discussions that happened just prior to my coming on to the department within our wildlife program to interpret those results and decide what action could be taken in the coming years. What we're really doing at this point, we're still considering those recommendations that came from that review process, but we're really starting to look ahead at that 2025 expiration date of our response plan. And so this summer we'll be in short order laying out a process and timeline for what the next entire revision of the plan is going to be. And that stakeholder review committee that played a huge role in that second 5-year response is going to be a part of that. And yeah, you'll be hearing more about that soon. As I said, the goal is in the next couple months to really lay out timeline, process, and what that's going to look like, and really start looking ahead to 2025 and our new response plan. No shortage of challenges ahead. The last thing I'll share in terms of that response plan revision that's coming is I did want to make sure that I let you know that we did just recently hire a new herd health specialist. So Erin Larson, she had already worked in wildlife health for quite a few years, but we're excited about having her in this new role. And this was a new position that is dedicated solely to CWD and other deer health issues. And so we're really looking forward to integrating that position into this response plan review process. So more information to come there in terms of timeline and what that revision is going to look like. And with that, I thank you for your time, and I'll take questions.
Thank you, Jasmine. Any questions, comments from the boards? Paul?
Given that this problem is 20-some years old and it seems like it's growing exponentially, what does a successful CWD plan look like?
That is a very good question, and definitely questions that were asked and considered in Missouri too. I mean, a successful response plan is one that will be able to bring our hunters and the public along. So one that's accepted by the public. We have varying levels of CWD in the state. And so we have to recognize that there is, the ability to manage the disease in different ways in different parts of the state. So a new area of introduction is very different in terms of what the possible tools are or successes would be compared to, places where the disease is widely established. So, I think the part of the process of the plan is deciding what are those priorities for managing the resource and our stakeholders. So that is, we have adopted new goals right now for our current surveillance plan that really focus on sustaining hunters over the long term, recognizing industry, like the deer industry's concerns, as well as minimizing the number of infected deer that are consumed annually. So I think that's a broad answer and probably didn't really get to it, but those discussions are coming, and the response plan process will really prioritize what our objectives are. Certainly, this is a challenging issue. We're not alone in this issue. We continue to work closely with our other state counterparts in our surrounding states. There's a lot of ongoing research. So I think the hope is continuing to work towards new tools and new strategies.
Excuse me, but there hasn't been any crossover into humans, correct? I mean,
no. So to answer that question, is this a human health issue? So to date, there's been no evidence that humans can contract the disease, but public health officials do recognize that the long-term risks are still unknown. So it is recommended that hunters that hunt in areas that have CWD test their deer and that they don't eat the positive. Of course, that's a personal decision that a lot of hunters are faced with. There is growing recognition that CWD is evolving over time, like other diseases do. And so we're kind of just still starting to learn about different strains of CWD. And so there is some thought that over time, that risk, even though it's very small right now, could change.
Dylan, you had a question?
Yeah, I was wondering if there are other initiatives, policies, or mitigation efforts that other states or even like Canada are employing that seem somewhat appealing that we haven't quite considered here yet.
Sure, and I think probably, a lot, the spectrum of options have been considered and for different reasons may or may not have been implemented or been successful. Certainly the most impactful tool against CWD is prevention. So efforts to limit, improper carcass disposal, things like that are really important. A number of states look at harvest management as a tool. So increasing harvest, particularly in areas where, CWD is detected. There are several Midwestern states that are implementing sharpshooting or targeted culling as a mitigation strategy, though it's really important to understand that the states, well, what comes to mind is Illinois, that's been doing that for as long as we've been in the CWD game here, but also Minnesota, Missouri. That typically is seen as an effective mitigation tool in really early introductions when you don't have very many CWD affected deer in the landscape or high rates of CWD contamination. So I think a lot of the work that's happening also really recognizes the importance of people in this conversation. And so I think human dimension, social science, kind of behavior changes as important as the hard science that's looking at, longer term control techniques.
Other questions, comments?
Go ahead. Great. Nice to meet you. Welcome back.
Thank you.
To the home state. So with the grant, the communications grant, I've shared with others and I just really I don't want to lose some of the good things that are happening at the grassroots level with a combination of CDACs, Conservation Congress, and just task forces. There's a lot of people that are interested in making sure that they're taking care of their own land. So when they allow hunters onto their private land, they set some criteria. And I think that might be a really good communication method of what people can do individually for their land and the deer that are on their land. And with that, if the department could use examples from that, I attended the Monroe County Task Force, a very hands-on kind of, this is how you take a sample, this is how you do a sample. The biologists were awesome. It was a nice Saturday afternoon in August, and they had a full house to see that. And so I think that whole citizen science component, that we can keep building on that, because I agree. I think the research that's being done and the amount of information that's coming out as far as whether the disease can change or when it will change, we'll be in a much better position with the more testing that we have rather than less. And, obviously in our area, the herd is just unbelievable, the number of deer that we have on the landscape in southern Wisconsin. So anything that we can do with private landowners would hopefully make a difference. So no question in there, except that please keep in touch on the communication plan before next season.
Yeah, thank you for those comments. I will say, I don't forecast our communication strategy changing in extremely dramatically by fall, but certainly trying to hone those priorities and objectives, and always working closely with our own wildlife communication specialists and the Office of Communication to improve those communication techniques. And is certainly, I'm very interested in the idea of telling the story from the grassroots perspective and really giving voice to our partners out there, because no one wants to just hear from the Natural Resource Agency. We're not as compelling as the people that are out there living it, and that the people that care about their land and their deer hunting traditions. So.
Sandy?
On the same note, the grassroots, in 2019, I was part of the managing cervid communicable diseases in Bayfield County, and we had have a plan, a response plan, and providing those counties that are doing that or local governments that are doing that with some funds to help with that, because education is, one of the biggest components. And I think it's really important that we support those local governments. And I appreciate the funds for the Adopt a Dumpster. It's very helpful. And one other thing that could be helpful, and Secretary Payne, you and I kind of talked about that last night, is having that relationship with the legislature and really sending the message that this is really important. Where I live, we don't have it in the county surrounding, and we want to keep it that way. It's really important. We need to get the word out, not transporting carcasses into our area for sure, but definitely not out. And that message isn't out there right now, I don't think. But anything you can do to strengthen that relationship, to have the legislature start to say, instead of taking away, one of our tools, the Earn a Buck, to control this, that they can help us in other ways.
Thank you. And I'm circling through my head, what is a successful response plan to your original question? Because that is a big question. But I should say, coming in after working on CWD in other states for a long time, we have a good plan. So what would be, I guess a successful plan is one that we have the tools, the support, the buy-in to actually see through. So
thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Thank you, Jasmine.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we're at item number 7, Department Secretaries Matters. Secretary Payne, you're up.
Yes, thank you. I had some remarks earlier, so no additional remarks other than, again, appreciate all of the staff presentations and the discussion. Really good discussion. So thank you for the comments and the collaboration. We have some retirements and recognitions for Jerry Stoltenberg, Forestry, 36 years. Jackie Scharfenberg, Parks and Recreation, 30 years. And Maggie Kaleoffer, Recreation, Parks and Recreation, 27 years. So we would request a motion to approve that. That's all right, Mr. Chair.
Motion to approve.
Sandy with the primary motion and Jim with the secondary, the second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. Motion carries. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, we would also ask if there are any questions on the real estate transactions. You had a nice summary in your packet.
Any questions on real estate actions that are pending?
Was this just an update of, because one of those was on the agenda last month that was approved, the Brule one?
Yeah, just an
Okay.
update for information. If
Okay.
you have any questions on it, don't hesitate to follow up with members of our team.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any further secretaries matters?
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, we'll move on to board members matters. Sharon Adams.
Not today.
Paul Burr.
Not much, just want to put on the record thankfulness for the event we had last night with the Wisconsin Conservation Congress. And also you thanked everyone this morning, and I would like to thank you, Chairman, as for the efficiency and the grace that you run the meeting. Thank you.
Well, hold me to those standards. I'll try. Thank you. Dylan Jennings.
I just want to resonate my sincere gratitude to everybody for reaching out and just everybody being so kind in the transition and for being very helpful. And thanks to all the staff that have reached out and kind of started the orientation process for me. And just looking forward to learning a lot and using my grandma says I have really big ears, so using them to listen a lot. So just want to thank everybody. And yeah, I don't have much for now. This is my first meeting, so I imagine I will, as meetings come and go, I'll have a lot more stuff to say. So miigwech, thank
Great.
you.
Thank you. Sandy Noss.
Yeah, I want to thank you guys for being willing to do this. Jim, and Dylan. You guys are great additions to this, so thank the governor for nominating you guys. It's going to be a great board, I think. And then one thing I wanted to say about what's happening in the field. So last weekend there was Wisconsin Trapper Association Fertile Fork event on the Turtle Flambeau flowage, where they took a group of people, trappers out with some experts. And I want to thank Jenna Malinowski, who's a DNR wildlife biologist in Iron County, for her work on that. It was like a 4-day event and a lot of logistics. The Turtle Flambeau, you're on an island and there's no electricity. So, and the idea behind it was for people to learn to trap, and then also for people to learn how to cook what they're catching. And they were after beaver, and they had beaver for every meal. So I think events like that need to be supported by the department, making sure that, the staff aren't doing that on their own time, that education is important. We need to pull people in. This happened to be mostly women that attended, which was really awesome. Everyone had a great time, and I just want to say thank you to her and for the volunteers that helped her with that. But generally support education anytime that the department can do that in every area, wildlife, forestry, whatever it is.
Okay, thank you. Jim Vandenbroek.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll just second Dylan's comments. Everybody's been very helpful, welcoming. The briefings were great. A little overwhelming, but great. And what a great group to be working with. It's a privilege to be with people that are dedicated to resource protection. And just from this first meeting, we see how policy gets made, and you see its impact on people and their input process, and how it can seem a little overwhelming, but it's real democracy, and I'm really honored to be part of it. So thanks.
Thank you. Marcy West.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, just to go off of what you guys saw at the PFAS conference in Wausau. The next day I went to Marinette and listened in to a meeting, and the staff indicated that was the 19th time they had met with the community of Marinette Peshtigo on the PFAS. So again, a shout out to those staff in the local level, answering really tough questions or not being able to answer all of those questions. So I had requested that the PFAS toolkit be shared with the board, a really important community kind of communication piece. Many of the people we talked to in Wausau said, I wish we had this when we first tested for PFAS, that it has the where to go, who to talk to, all of that sort of stuff. So again, I'm not sure if it's been shared yet, but if not, hopefully the board members get that toolkit. So with that was my big adventure, but I also got to see sturgeon in Peshtigo, so that was definitely worth the trip.
That's exciting.
It was, I've seen them released as the little ones, but never the big ones running upstream. So again, and great discussion today. So no new topics. So.
Okay, thank you. Well, I also would like to close the circle with our new members on the board. I really appreciate your presence, the perspectives you bring, the vitality, the energy. It's kind of a renewal process that goes on periodically, and it's fun to be in the midst of it. So thank you for joining the discussion, and I look forward to working with you in the future as well. I would like to bring up just one more request, an opportunity request. Rob Bowman had mentioned it earlier. Mr. Secretary, you mentioned it, the annual meeting of the Congress. And the Congress is a special partner of the department. They have a statutory charge to advise the department within our full range of responsibilities. And the Congress has at some times stayed in a fairly more narrow spectrum of issues. focused on some of the traditional hunting, fishing, trapping issues, some recreational issues. And we've been discussing opportunities to broaden that input per their interest. They're an independent organization. They pick their own priorities and where they spend their time. But I'm wondering, Mr. Secretary, if we could reach out to the Congress Environmental Committee run by Mary Ellen O'Brien. I'd had some very preliminary contact there as a result of comments that we made at the annual meeting. And she's very much looking forward to opportunities in the future. And I'm wondering if we could make a contact there between staff and Mary Ellen and just exchange some ideas on how to build that relationship.
That's an affirmative yes. I would welcome that, and I thank you for raising it, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. With that, before I would ask for a motion to adjourn, lunch is well past ready. It's in a room just down the hall to the right. But Ashley informs me that we would like to get a long overdue group photo of the board before we start scattering to our various directions or lunches. So are we ready for that?
Yeah, possible, we're gonna do the group photo right outside.
Yes.
And then head to lunch if you're interested.
Okay, is that group photo an item of business or can we adjourn?
I so
And
moved.
where are we gonna be next month?
Oh, Milwaukee. I'm so looking forward with arms wide open for you to see and enjoy Milwaukee. It's resource filled.
We're looking forward to it. I have a motion to adjourn from Paul. Is there a second?
Second.
Marcy seconds. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Motion carries. We're adjourned to our photo session.
Smile lips.
Wow.